Breaking news, the death of the Queen. Elizabeth II has died. Her Majesty passed away at Balmoral Castle at the age of 96, her family rushing to be by her side.
In a way, I didn't have an apprenticeship. My father died much too young. It was all a very sudden kind of taking on. It's a question of maturing into something that one's got used to doing and accepting the fact that here you are and it's your fate. It is a job for life.
The monarch mourned. No other British ruler has served as long, her passing bringing to a close the end of the second Elizabethan age, the Queen of Australia. The first monarch to visit our shores. From 1954, 16 tours, 16 prime ministers, beloved by millions. Grieving their loss, the royal family mourns their mother, grandmother, great-grandmother.
You can take it from me that the Queen has the quality of tolerance and abundance.
Sharing their heartache and sadness, her marriage to Prince Philip, the longest in royal history.
He is someone who doesn't take easily to compliments, but he has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years.
A love story transcending time and turmoil, decades of dedication.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Long to reign over us.
Most people have a job and then they go home. And in this existence, the job and the life go on together because you can't really divide it up.
Remembered and revered, our strength and stay for generations.
If you live in this sort of life, you live very much by tradition and by continuity.
Queen Elizabeth II, etched in our history, forever in our hearts.
We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Hello Australia, you are waking up to the sad news that the Queen has died. It's the day we knew was inevitable but had hoped would never come. Queen Elizabeth II passed away aged 96 after 70 years on the throne.
Her death was confirmed by the royal household with an official announcement from Buckingham Palace. The statement said the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon, UK time. The King Charles and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral overnight and will return to London tomorrow. It ends an extraordinary reign, one that will most likely never be seen again.
The Queen had been suffering from mobility problems since the end of last year, but her health deteriorated in the last few days. She was last seen on Wednesday, our time, when she greeted the new UK Prime Minister, Liz Truss. The event took place at Balmoral, not at Buckingham Palace.
In the lead up to the Queen's passing, doctors had placed her under medical supervision. The royal family members rushed to her side in Scotland. All her children were there: Charles, Anne, Andrew and Edward, along with Prince William. Prince Harry had also planned to be there.
Let's go live to our Europe Bureau Chief Hugh Whitfield outside Balmoral Castle. Hugh, the royal family has gathered together. What a sad day for the family.
Koshi, Nat, good morning. It is a sad day for this royal family, sad day for millions of people right around the world. But the important thing, I think, to remember as the world mourns the Queen's death is that this has been an intensely private family day for the royal family. Charles, King Charles, as he is now, and Camilla, the Queen Consort, were nearby to hear this morning when the news came through that the Queen's health had caused doctors to become concerned. The family quickly rallied round throughout the course of the day. Princess Anne, who was also here in Scotland, coming here to Balmoral, and then late this afternoon, around 5 p.m. local time here, just 2 hours ago or so, Prince William, along with Prince Andrew, Edward, Sophie and, we believe, Prince Harry, all making it here to Balmoral. Before that announcement was made by Buckingham Palace that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II had passed away. It ends a remarkable, record-breaking 70-year reign. Frail, in front of a fire at her treasured holiday home in Balmoral, Scotland, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, aged 96, standing to duty to meet the new UK Prime Minister, the 15th in her reign. We now know just how unwell she was, but her nation, the Commonwealth, always came first for the longest-serving British monarch. She celebrated 70 years on the throne, her Platinum Jubilee. While her lost mobility meant she didn't take to the streets or Horse Guards parade, she was on the balcony, her great-grandchildren by her side for a wave to the people for her last milestone hurrah. For the princess, who never expected to become queen. Born in London's Mayfair in 1926, Princess Elizabeth was the first child of the Duke and Duchess of York. Educated by a governess at home, Lilibet, as she was known to her loved ones, lived a privileged and carefree childhood. But young Elizabeth's life and legacy were to change almost overnight when her uncle, King Edward VIII, abdicated to marry Wallis Simpson, an American divorcee.
This decision has been made less difficult to me by the sure knowledge that my brother will be able to take my place forthwith.
Edward's divisive decision turned his brother's world on its head.
Everything changed for the Queen from the moment that her uncle Edward abdicated. It changed everything. It changed her future life. It changed her father's life. A lot of people say it shortened her father's life as well.
The coronation of the new King George took place in 1937, and from that day on, Elizabeth became a queen in training.
I remember my father making me write down what I remembered about his coronation. It was very valuable.
Just 2 years later, a young naval officer was tasked with entertaining Elizabeth and her sister at a military event. It was then, as legend goes, that the 13-year-old princess fell for Philip over a game of croquet. In 1939, Britain went to war. A teenage Elizabeth and her younger sister Margaret were moved to the safety of Windsor Castle, while her parents remained at Buckingham Palace. Aged 14, Elizabeth, the heir, made her first public speech addressing thousands of evacuated children on BBC Radio, the first of many public orations.
Her Royal Highness, Princess Elizabeth.
I want, on behalf of all the children at home, to send you our love and best wishes to you and to your kind hosts as well.
By 1944, aged 18, Elizabeth had joined the women's branch of the Territorial Army and began her training as a mechanic soon after. Her new role earned her the nickname Princess Auto Mechanic in the British press. When the war eventually ended, Elizabeth and Margaret slipped into the crowds unnoticed to join the celebrations, an anecdote that was turned into a blockbuster film many years later.
We're going out incognito on the most extraordinary night of my life.
2 years after victory brought peace to Britain's shores, Elizabeth celebrated her 21st birthday. In another national address, she pledged to dedicate her life to the service of the Commonwealth.
My whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family, to which we all belong.
Her coming of age complete when Elizabeth accepted the hand of an exiled Greek and Danish prince. the handsome sailor proposing more than a decade after the pair first met.
Soon, the nation rejoiced at the announcement of Princess Elizabeth's engagement.
I think a lot of people find it hard to believe that she never had another love. He was the man for her.
Philip renounced his right to both European thrones in order to wed, and the Commonwealth celebrated the marriage of Princess Elizabeth. In challenging economic times, the wedding could not be seen as extravagant. Even the heir to the throne exchanged ration coupons for material for her wedding dress.
Before long, the calls of the people were answered as onto the famous balcony came the bride and bridegroom.
After marrying, the young couple moved to Malta, where Prince Philip was stationed with the Navy.
At the Villa Guardiamanja, the princess joined the Duke.
2 blissful years of relative normality. Elizabeth described them as among the happiest of her life. Beaches and boat trips, dinners and dances.
The guests of honour, the Princess and the Duke.
Soon their family grew. Prince Charles, born in 1948, and Princess Anne in 1950. The Queen was abroad when news reached her of her father's sudden death from lung cancer.
The tragic news reached Princess Elizabeth and her husband while in Kenya.
The grief and gravity of that moment reimagined in the series The Crown.
This new Elizabethan age comes at a time when mankind stands uncertainly poised.
Wait.
On the edge of catastrophe.
The 27-year-old began her transition from mother to monarch.
Is Your Majesty willing to take the oath?
I am willing.
Her coronation was watched by 20 million people around the world, the biggest television event of the time. Just months later, the new Queen became the first and only reigning monarch to visit Australia.
Riding at anchor, royal as a swan, is the Queen we have never seen.
Welcomed by around 1 million onlookers as she sailed into Sydney Harbour on the royal barge.
I want to tell you all how happy I am to be amongst you and how much I look forward to my journey through Australia.
The Queen and Philip traversed the country from Townsville to Tasmania, 57 towns and cities in 58 days. Her Majesty would return to Australia a further 15 times, building a close bond with a far-off nation. A decade after the birth of Princess Anne, Prince Andrew arrived, and 4 years later, Prince Edward.
Well, I think the Queen herself would have admitted that, you know, she was a very different mother to her first 2 children and her later 2 children. She had more confidence and more time when she was dealing with Andrew and Edward.
A house full of Windsors, 4 children, and of course the family's 4-legged friends. The Queen was a lifelong devotee to her dogs. Her first corgi, Dookie, a gift from her father when she was a child. It's estimated she owned over 30 dogs in her lifetime, a lifelong passion for horses too. When a young man fired blanks at the royals during the annual trooping of the colour parade, Her Majesty's mastery in the saddle was unmistakable.
Duke of Edinburgh, Colonel of the Grenadier Guards. Hello, some little disturbance. Burmese receiving a reassuring pat from Her Majesty the Queen.
And she's a marvellous rider, so got a marvellous way with horses. Made of strong stuff, you know.
That stern poker face only occasionally slipped while watching her own horses crossing the finish line first.
Her Majesty the Queen only presents 2 trophies during Royal Ascot, and look at the delight there, the sheer joy.
1992 was not so joyful. The royals were rocked by a terrible 12 months.
1992 is not a year on which I shall look back with undiluted pleasure.
Newspaper scandals and the shock divorce proceedings of 3 of her children caused great public embarrassment for Her Majesty. A devastating fire at Windsor Castle destroyed more than 100 rooms.
In the words of one of my more sympathetic correspondents, it has turned out to be an annus horribilis.
Her popularity dipped further as the world mourned Princess Diana in 1997.
She was an exceptional and gifted human being. In good times and bad, she never lost her capacity to smile and laugh, nor to inspire others with her warmth and kindness.
It is a time in the 1990s when most people will acknowledge that the Queen did put a foot wrong, and she did suffer. I think the royal family collectively suffered a public image crisis, and it took a number of years for that to mend.
But with her stoic sensibility, Queen Elizabeth weathered the storm.
Today is another landmark.
Year upon year, the Queen's traditional Christmas Day message summarised the heartaches and the happenings of the past 12 months.
I hope that 1958 may bring you God's blessing
and hopes for the coming year.
Christmas will bring back sad memories. It is true that the world has had to confront moments of darkness this year.
Christmas at Sandringham would have been a full house in recent years, with 8 grandchildren and 12 great-grandchildren. In recent times, Queen Elizabeth handed over extra responsibilities to the younger generations, who in turn brought some fun to the firm.
Remember when you told us to bring it at the Invictus Games?
Careful what you wish for. Boom.
Oh, really? Please.
Boom.
But she knew how to have her own fun too, a rare cameo appearance livening up the 2012 Olympic opening ceremony.
Good evening, Swan.
After her husband retired, Her Majesty still refused to hang up her hat. Front and centre stage was where Queen Elizabeth II spent much of her life. Here in June 2021, surrounded by world leaders at the G7 summit.
Are you supposed to be looking as if you're enjoying it?
Yes.
Her wit and wisdom as sharp as ever at the age of 95. A lifetime dedicated to service. Elizabeth had links to more than 600 charities and organisations. She visited more than 100 countries during her reign and was served by more than 170 Prime Ministers across the Commonwealth, including 15 British Prime Ministers and 16 Australian.
Well, I think the Queen's record can be summed up with that one word, and that word is duty. She has always put her duty as the Queen ahead of every other consideration.
Even the pandemic didn't halt public engagements.
She leapt on video calling. She knew that this would be another way to be seen, to be believed, which was one of her mantras throughout her whole reign.
And in the darkness of Britain's lockdowns, she became the guiding voice of a nation.
We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Urging Britons to stay strong through the restrictions. Her own lockdown tragedy came when her beloved husband Philip passed away at the age of 99. COVID restrictions meant the funeral was a moving, yet muted affair. In the months that followed,
I'm here.
Business as usual, but showing her age. A cane appearing in public, a trip cancelled on doctor's orders, and a rare overnight hospital stay, forcing Her Majesty to slow down and signalling a monarch nearing the end of her reign. For almost 7 decades, she bore the weight of the crown. Now, Queen Elizabeth's reign draws to a close, but a remarkable royal legacy will live on. The Queen passed away here at Balmoral Castle just a couple of hours ago, peacefully, we are told, by Buckingham Palace. Now, in the next couple of hours, over the next couple of days, there is all sorts of protocol that will take place, long planned for. The Queen involved in much of that planning as well. The fact that the Queen has passed away here at Balmoral means that there'll be activities here in Scotland, but but her body is expected to remain here for at least 24 to 36 hours. Her coffin will be moved into the ballroom here at Balmoral Castle, draped in the royal standard. It will give members of her family, many of whom have gathered here throughout the course of the day, and members of the royal household, including the staff who have worked, many of them for many years here at Balmoral. It'll give all of them a chance to pay their respects. Chief among them will be the King, who has released a statement. It reads, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held." That is a statement from King Charles III, who became king the moment that the Queen passed away, and a short time ago it was confirmed that he will be known as King Charles III. A new sovereign, a new king or queen can choose a different name if they want to, just as Elizabeth's father, King George VI, did. He was born Albert but chose King George as a name as sovereign. So King Charles III is now the king.
Yeah, it is an extraordinary moment in time, isn't it, Hugh? The new Prime Minister of the UK has spoken.
Yeah, Nat, and keep in mind here that Liz Truss has been in this job for just 2 days. In fact, the new Prime Minister was one of the last people Queen here at Balmoral. It was only on Tuesday that we were here for that transition of power between Boris Johnson and Liz Truss, as Liz Truss became the 15th Prime Minister of Her Majesty's reign, and now the first Prime Minister of His Majesty's reign. Now, a short time ago, outside Downing Street, Liz Truss's new residence in London as Prime Minister, she spoke to this nation and the world.
We are all devastated by the news that we have just heard from Balmoral. The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her. She ascended the throne just after the Second World War. She championed the development of the Commonwealth from a small group of 7 countries to a family of 56 nations, spanning every continent of the world. We are now a modern, thriving, dynamic nation. Through thick and thin, Queen Elizabeth II provided us with the stability and the strength that we needed. She was the very spirit of Great Britain, and that spirit will endure. She has been our longest ever reigning monarch. It's an extraordinary achievement to have presided with such dignity and grace for 70 years. Her life of service stretched beyond most of our living memories. In return, she was loved and admired by the people in the United Kingdom and all around the world. She has been a personal inspiration to me and to many Britons. Her devotion to duty is an example to us all. Earlier this week, at 96, she remained determined to carry out her duties as she appointed me as her 15th Prime Minister. Throughout her life, she's visited more than 100 countries, and she has touched the lives of millions around the world. In the difficult days ahead, we will come together with our friends across the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth and the world to celebrate her extraordinary lifetime of service. It is a day of great loss, but Queen Elizabeth II leaves a great legacy. Today the crown passes, as it has done for more than 1,000 years, to our new monarch, our new head of state, His Majesty King Charles III. With the King's family, we mourn the loss of his mother, and as we mourn, we must come together as a people to support him, to help him bear the awesome responsibility that he now carries for us all. We offer him our loyalty and devotion, just as his mother devoted so much to so many for so long. And with the passing of the second Elizabethan age, we usher in a new era in the magnificent history of our great country, exactly as Her Majesty would have wished, by saying the words, "God save the King."
And God Save the King is a phrase that we will hear a lot more of. It is now the official national anthem of the UK and the official royal anthem of Australia. This is an important moment of transition, not just for Britain, but also for other realm nations, including Australia, New Zealand, Canada and the like. Naturally, there have been tributes already flowing from right around the world, including former Prime Ministers of Australia, former Prime Ministers of Britain, the US President Joe Biden, and also Boris Johnson, the most immediate former Prime Minister of the UK, who said that today is our country's saddest day. In the hearts of every one of us, there is an ache at the passing of our Queen, a deep and personal sense of loss. Just while we were listening to that statement, Prince Harry, I believe, in the back of a second car that just drove past here at Balmoral, has been driven in. It does seem as though that he did not make it in time to say goodbye to his grandmother. He left Meghan behind at their home in Frogmore Cottage in Windsor. So he will join the rest of the family here who've gathered throughout the course of the day, chief among them King Charles III, his wife, the Queen Consort, Camilla, and the Queen's other three children, guys.
That is quite tragic, first of all, that Harry didn't make it. Hugh, we saw those photos, those still shots, didn't we, of Her Majesty swearing in Liz Truss, the new Prime Minister. We're just showing them on the screen. So that was, less than 48 hours ago. That is pretty incredible that she swore in her 16th Prime Minister before she passed away.
It is remarkable, Nat. So that was a bit over 48 hours ago. That was lunchtime Tuesday here, local time. It's now, Thursday evening. Liz Truss was effectively one of the last people to see the Queen alive. And when you look at those pictures and knowing what we now know, it's remarkable when you look at them and how well she looked. Now, I must say that over the last year or so, the Queen's looked increasingly frail. It does appear that she'd lost a lot of weight. She was using a walking stick, but she was on her feet and she was well dressed and well groomed, as she always was when we saw her, and was welcoming Boris Johnson and Liz Truss. Now, constitutionally, that is something that Charles could have done as Prince of Wales and a Councillor of State here in the UK. The Queen didn't have to do this, but she was here at Balmoral. She said, I'm not going to go down to London, but come to me. They came, they made the effort. The transfer of power occurred in front of the monarch, as it should. And then something changed yesterday here. We were told that the Queen was told to rest by doctors, and then last night, just after our 6 p.m. news went to air, the news came through that doctors were concerned for her health and that they were monitoring her. That's what kick-started the cavalcade, the gathering of the family here at Balmoral, immediate concern. And the news at about 6:30 p.m. local time, 3:30 in the morning on the Australian East Coast, came through that the Queen had passed away.
She was on duty right to the very end, and you look back at those words of hers when she was a young princess, saying she was going to dedicate her life to her nation, and she did. True to her word, 70 years on. Extraordinary.
Incredible woman.
Thank you, Hugh. Back to you soon. This is Sunrise on 7 with special coverage of the death of Queen Elizabeth.
Breaking news, the death of the Queen. Elizabeth II has died. Her Majesty passed away at Balmoral Castle at the age of 96, her family rushing to be by her side.
In a way, I didn't have an apprenticeship. My father died much too young,
it was all a very sudden kind of taking on. It's a question of maturing into something that one's got used to doing and accepting the fact that here you are and it's your fate. It is a job for life.
The monarch mourned. No other British ruler has served as long, her passing bringing to a close the end of the second Elizabethan age, the Queen of Australia. The first monarch to visit our shores. From 1954, 16 tours, 16 prime ministers, beloved by millions. Grieving their loss, the royal family mourns their mother, grandmother, great-grandmother.
You can take it from me that the Queen has the quality of tolerance and abundance.
Sharing their heartache and sadness, her marriage to Prince Philip, the longest in royal history.
He is someone who doesn't take easily to compliments, but he has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years.
A love story transcending time and turmoil, decades of dedication.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Long to reign over us.
Most people have a job and then they go home. And in this existence, the job and the life go on together because you can't really divide it up.
Remembered and revered, our strength and stay for generations.
If you live in this sort of life, you live very much by tradition and by continuity.
Queen Elizabeth II, etched in our history, forever in our hearts.
We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Hello Australia, you are waking up to the sad news that the Queen has died overnight. It's the day we knew was inevitable, but had hoped would never come. Queen Elizabeth II passed away aged 96 after 70 years on the throne.
Her death was confirmed by the royal household with an official announcement from Buckingham Palace. The statement said the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon, UK time. The King, Charles, and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral overnight and will return to London tomorrow. It ends an extraordinary reign, one that will most likely never be seen again.
The Queen had been suffering from mobility problems since the end of last year, but her health deteriorated in the last few days. She was last seen on Wednesday, our time, when she greeted the new UK Prime Minister Liz Truss. That event took place at Balmoral, not at Buckingham Palace.
In the lead up to the Queen's passing, doctors had placed her under medical supervision. The royal family members rushed to her side in Scotland. All her children were there: Charles, Anne, Andrew and Edward, along with Prince William. We understand Prince Harry arrived at Balmoral after the Queen had passed away. At Buckingham Palace, crowds are growing, as you can see, as the public gather to mourn the monarch. Live to our team of reporters in the UK, in Canberra and in the US now. First to Europe Bureau Chief Hugh Whitfield, who's at Balmoral. Hugh, the royal family has gathered together. Absolutely sad day for them.
Enormously sad day, Nat. They will have learned, obviously, before the rest of us that the Queen had passed away. The official statement only came through about 90 minutes ago now, and after the family members who were obviously present here at Balmoral, there would have been a series of phone calls, communications made to London to inform the Prime Minister of the UK, Liz Truss. Then calls would have been made throughout the Commonwealth, including to the Australian Governor-General and the Australian Prime Minister, both of whom I would have expected would have been awoken to hear the news before the official statement was released by Buckingham Palace. The Queen's reign, 70 years, this year celebrating her Platinum Jubilee, coming to an end here at Balmoral Castle, carrying out her duty right till the end. Keep in mind that Elizabeth became Queen unexpectedly. She wasn't born to be Queen. Her uncle, King Edward VIII, abdicated, thrusting his brother and Elizabeth's father onto the throne and making Princess Elizabeth at the time the heir to the throne. This was an unexpected reign, an unexpected second Elizabethan age, as it's been described by Liz Truss outside Downing Street. And what a reign it has been for 70 years, overseeing remarkable change not just here in Britain but right around the world. Her family has given her no end of grief throughout that time, but throughout that whole time the Queen was there for 70 years in the lives of so many. Frail in front of a fire at her treasured holiday home in Balmoral, Scotland, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, aged 96, standing to duty to meet the new UK Prime Minister, the 15th in her reign. We now know just how unwell she was, but her nation, the Commonwealth, always came first for the longest-serving British monarch. She celebrated 70 years on the throne, her Platinum Jubilee. While her lost mobility meant she didn't take to the streets or Horse Guards parade, she was on the balcony, her great-grandchildren by her side, for a wave to the people for her last milestone hurrah. For the Princess, who
I remember my father making me write down what I remembered about his coronation, which was very valuable.
Just 2 years later, a young naval officer was tasked with entertaining Elizabeth and her sister at a military event. It was then, as legend goes, that the 13-year-old princess fell for Philip over a game of croquet. In 1939, Britain went to war. A teenage Elizabeth and her younger sister Margaret were moved to the safety of Windsor Castle, while her parents remained at Buckingham Palace. Aged 14, Elizabeth, the heir, made her first public speech addressing thousands of evacuated children on BBC Radio, the first of many public orations.
Her Royal Highness, Princess Elizabeth.
I want, on behalf of all the children at home, to send you our love and best wishes to you and to your kind hosts as well.
By 1944, aged 18, Elizabeth had joined the women's branch of the Territorial Army and began her training as a mechanic soon after. Her new role earned her the nickname Princess Auto Mechanic in the British press. When the war eventually ended, Elizabeth and Margaret slipped into the crowds unnoticed to join the celebrations, an anecdote that was turned into a blockbuster film many years later.
We're going out incognito on the most extraordinary night of my life. 2 years after victory brought peace to Britain's shores, Elizabeth celebrated her 21st birthday. In another national address, she pledged to dedicate her life to the service of the Commonwealth.
My whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Her coming of age complete when Elizabeth accepted the hand of an exiled Greek and Danish prince, a handsome sailor proposing more than a decade after the pair first met.
Soon, the nation rejoiced at the announcement of Princess Elizabeth's engagement.
I think a lot of people find it hard to believe that she never had another love. He was the man for her.
Philip renounced his right to both European thrones in order to wed, and the Commonwealth celebrated the marriage of Princess Elizabeth. In challenging economic times, the wedding could not be seen as extravagant. Even the heir to the throne exchanged ration coupons for material for her wedding dress.
Before long, the calls of the people were answered as onto the famous balcony came the bride and bridegroom.
After marrying, the young couple moved to Malta, where Prince Philip was stationed with the Navy.
At the Villa Guardiamanja, the princess joined the Duke.
2 blissful years of relative normality. Elizabeth described them as among the happiest of her life. Beaches and boat trips, dinners and dances.
The guests of honour, the Princess and the Duke.
Soon their family grew. Prince Charles, born in 1948, and Princess Anne in 1950. The Queen was abroad when news reached her of her father's sudden death from lung cancer.
The tragic news reached Princess Elizabeth and her husband while in Kenya.
The grief and gravity of that moment reimagined in the series The Crown.
This new Elizabethan age comes at a time when mankind stands uncertainly poised.
Wait.
On the edge of catastrophe.
The 27-year-old began her transition from mother to monarch.
Is Your Majesty willing to take the oath?
I am willing.
The coronation was watched by 20 million people around the world, the biggest television event of the time. Just months later, the new Queen became the first and only reigning monarch to visit Australia.
Riding at anchor, royal as a swan, is the Queen we have never seen.
Welcomed by around 1 million onlookers as she sailed into Sydney Harbour on the royal barge.
I want to tell you all how happy I am to be amongst you and how much I look forward to my journey through Australia.
The Queen and Philip traversed the country from Townsville to Tasmania, 57 towns and cities in 58 days. Her Majesty would return to Australia a further 15 times, building a close bond with a far-off nation. A decade after the birth of Princess Anne, Prince Andrew arrived, and 4 years later, Prince Edward.
Well, I think the Queen herself would have admitted that, she was a very different mother to her first 2 children and her later 2 children. She had more confidence and more time when she was dealing with Andrew and Edward.
A house full of Windsors, 4 children, and of course, the family's 4-legged friends. The Queen was a lifelong devotee to her dogs. Her first corgi, Dookie, a gift from her father when she was a child. It's estimated she owned over 30 dogs in her lifetime, a lifelong passion for horses too. When a young man fired blanks at the royals during the annual trooping of the colour parade, Her Majesty's mastery in the saddle was unmistakable.
Duke of Edinburgh, Colonel of the Grenadier Guards. Hello, some little disturbance. Burmese receiving a reassuring pat from Her Majesty the Queen.
And she's a marvellous rider, so got a marvellous way with horses. Made of strong stuff,
That stern poker face only occasionally slipped while watching her own horses crossing the finish line first.
Her Majesty the Queen only presents 2 trophies during Royal Ascot, and look at the delight there, the sheer joy.
1992 was not so joyful. The royals were rocked by a terrible 12 months.
1992 is not a year on which I shall look back with undiluted pleasure.
Newspaper scandals and the shock divorce proceedings of 3 of her children caused great public embarrassment for Her Majesty. A devastating fire at Windsor Castle destroyed more than 100 rooms.
In the words of one of my more sympathetic correspondents, it has turned out to be an annus horribilis.
Her popularity dipped further as the world mourned Princess Diana in 1997.
She was an exceptional and gifted human being. In good times and bad, she never lost her capacity to smile and laugh, nor to inspire others with her warmth and kindness.
It is a time in the 1990s when most people will acknowledge that the Queen did put a foot wrong, and she did suffer. I think the royal family collectively suffered a public image crisis, and it took a number of years for that to mend.
But with her stoic sensibility, Queen Elizabeth weathered the storm.
Today is another landmark.
Year upon year, the Queen's traditional Christmas Day message summarised the heartaches and the happenings of the past 12 months.
I hope that 1958 may bring you God's blessing
and hopes for the coming year.
Christmas will bring back sad memories.
It is true that the world has had to confront moments of darkness this year.
Christmas at Sandringham would have been a full house in recent years, with 8 grandchildren and 12 great-grandchildren. In recent times, Queen Elizabeth handed over extra responsibilities to the younger generations, who in turn brought some fun to the firm.
Remember when you told us to bring it at the Invictus Games?
Careful what you wish for.
Oh, really? Please.
Boom.
But she knew how to have her own fun too, a rare cameo appearance livening up the 2012 Olympic opening ceremony.
Good evening, Swan.
After her husband retired, Her Majesty still refused to hang up her hat. Front and centre stage was where Queen Elizabeth II spent much of her life. Here in June 2021, surrounded by world leaders at the G7 summit.
Are you supposed to be looking as if you're enjoying it?
Yes.
Her wit and wisdom as sharp as ever at the age of 95.
A lifetime dedicated to service. Elizabeth had links to more than 600 charities and organisations. She visited more than 100 countries during her reign and was served by more than 170 Prime Ministers across the Commonwealth, including 15 British Prime Ministers and 16 Australian.
Well, I think the Queen's record can be summed up with that one word, and that word is duty. She has always put her duty as the Queen ahead of every other consideration.
Even the pandemic didn't halt public engagements.
She leapt on video calling. She knew that this would be another way to be seen, to be believed, which was one of her mantras throughout her whole reign.
And in the darkness of Britain's lockdowns, she became the guiding voice of a nation.
We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Urging Britons to stay strong through the restrictions. Her own lockdown tragedy came when her beloved husband Philip passed away at the age of 99. COVID restrictions meant the funeral was a moving, yet muted affair. In the months that followed,
I'm here.
business as usual, but showing her age. A cane appearing in public, a trip cancelled on doctor's orders, and a rare overnight hospital stay, forcing Her Majesty to slow down and signalling a monarch nearing the end of her reign. For almost 7 decades, she bore the weight of the crown. Now, Queen Elizabeth's reign draws to a close, but a remarkable royal legacy will live on.
Queen Elizabeth's reign draws to a close and King Charles's reign begins. And in the last half an hour or so, we've received a statement from the King. It reads, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held." And this is now a moment of change, not just for the royal family, but for this United Kingdom and the realms that the King now reigns over, including Australia. Here at Balmoral Castle, where the royal family has been gathering throughout the day ahead of the news that the Queen has passed away, there are now members of the public who've been allowed to come down here to the gates outside the castle. They were held back for a time before Prince Harry managed to get here, and they have now been allowed to come down here to begin laying flowers, leaving their own tributes. Most of them, no doubt, will be locals, people from the local villages and towns around here who have become very familiar over the years with the Queen and the rest of the royal family spending their summers up here. Many of them, no doubt, may be employed by a business owned by the royal family up here or connected to Balmoral. It's a very sad time for this little district as well.
Yeah, it's quite sad actually that Harry didn't make it. You know, by all accounts they were very close. Let's go to Sarah Greenoch in London. Sarah, the country now in mourning, of course, as people are around the world, and crowds are gathering at Buckingham Palace.
They are, Nat. Good morning. The nation is really absorbing this news, and for many people here in central London, that means flocking to the place that they associate with Her Majesty, Buckingham Palace. Tens of thousands of people are streaming in there this evening. I was just there speaking to some of them. They're unlike what Hugh was saying, where there are many locals at Balmoral. Many of the people outside the palace are from around the world. I was speaking to an Australian man here on holidays. He just happened to be walking past. He noticed that the flag was at half-mast, and that is how he learnt the news that Her Majesty had passed. An American woman who arrived a few days ago under the reign of the Queen. She will be leaving under a king. And then some locals as well, people who do live nearby, who say that things will just never be the same. They said that Christmas will never be the same. One young girl we spoke to who was laying flowers said her mum plans the entire Christmas lunch around the Queen's 3 p.m. broadcast. They're not allowed to eat until the Queen speaks. It has been such a part of people's lives for just so long, and many people are also quite surprised at how emotional they are feeling this evening. One said that it's like when elderly relatives get towards that point in their life. You know it is inevitable, but still it is just such a shock when it eventually happens. Leading the tributes in this country, though, at the moment is the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss. She was only appointed by the Queen just 2 days ago, of course, at Balmoral. We saw those photos. And today it was her job to address the nation from Downing Street, hailing the Queen as the rock on which modern Britain was built, calling it a huge shock to the nation and to the world, calling her passing simply devastating. Here is Liz Truss.
We are all devastated by the news that we have just heard from Balmoral. The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her. She ascended the throne just after the Second World War. She championed the development of the Commonwealth from a small group of 7 countries to a family of 56 nations, spanning every continent of the world. We are now a modern, thriving, dynamic nation. Through thick and thin, Queen Elizabeth II provided us with the stability and the strength that we needed. She was the very spirit of Great Britain, and that spirit will endure. She has been our longest ever reigning monarch. It's an extraordinary achievement to have presided with such dignity and grace for 70 years. Her life of service stretched beyond most of our living memories. In return, she was loved and admired by the people in the United Kingdom and all around the world. She has been a personal inspiration to me and to many Britons. Her devotion to duty is an example to us all. Earlier this week, at 96, she remained determined to carry out her duties as she appointed me as her 15th Prime Minister. Throughout her life, she's visited more than 100 countries, and she has touched the lives of millions around the world. In the difficult days ahead, we will come together with our friends across the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth and the world to celebrate her extraordinary lifetime of service. It is a day of great loss, but Queen Elizabeth II leaves a great legacy. Today the crown passes, as it has done for more than 1,000 years, to our new monarch, our new head of state, His Majesty, King Charles III. With the King's family, we mourn the loss of his mother, and as we mourn, we must come together as a people to support him, to help him bear the awesome responsibility that he now carries for us all. We offer him our loyalty and devotion, just as his mother devoted so much to so many for so long. And with the passing of the second Elizabethan age, we usher in a new era in the magnificent history of our great country, exactly as Her Majesty would have wished, by saying the words, "God save the King."
As you just heard Prime Minister Liz Truss say there, she was the Queen's 15th Prime Minister. The first Prime Minister that the Queen had under her reign was Winston Churchill in 1952. He was born in 1874. By comparison, Liz Truss was born in 1975, so 101 years later. It just gives, again, some perspective on the length of the Queen's reign, from a little girl who was never supposed to be Queen and by all accounts who never wanted to be Queen, who prayed for a baby brother so she didn't have to take that job one day, to such a respected, adored woman around the world. And as one person put it to me at Buckingham Palace, the world feels a little lonelier this evening without her in it, guys.
Yes, indeed. Political reporter Taylor Aitken is at the Governor-General's residence in Canberra. Taylor, the Queen's death will be mourned throughout the Commonwealth.
It certainly will, guys. Good morning. There is a deep sense of admiration and respect for the longest reigning British monarch, indeed across the Commonwealth, but both here in Australia. For many Australians, they simply wouldn't know a different head of state. As Australians wake to this news this morning, there will be a sense of grief and loss, summed up quite poignantly by Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, who released a statement a short time ago saying, with the passing of the Queen Elizabeth II, an historic reign and a long life devoted to duty, family, faith and service has come to an end. The government and the people of Australia offer our deepest condolences to the royal family, who are grieving for a beloved mother, grandmother and great-grandmother, the person whom for so long was their greatest inner strength. Australian hearts go out to the people of the United Kingdom who mourn today, knowing that they will have lost a part of what makes their nation whole. There is comfort to be found in Her Majesty's own words, "Grief is the price we pay for love." Queen Elizabeth was the first and to date the only British monarch to visit Australia. That first trip was in 1954, where she sailed into Sydney Harbour alongside her husband, Prince Philip. She arrived in February, stopping Australia in its tracks. Ever since then, there has been 15 visits to Australia by Queen Elizabeth, each time Australians welcoming her with open arms. Later today, we will hear from Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. We are also expecting to hear from Governor-General David Hurley in the next few hours, where he will pass on his condolences to King Charles and the rest of the royal family. He will also address the nation later tonight, guys.
Let's go live to the US now, to our correspondent Tim Lester. There was great affection for Her Majesty right around the world, wasn't there, Tim?
Yes, Nat, and here in the United States it's easy to think that, well, Australians are part of the Commonwealth, so we have a relationship that's far deeper. The United States has a great deal of affection and interest in the royal family, and particularly for the Queen. In the last 10 minutes or so, President Joe Biden has issued a statement to say Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was more than a monarch. She defined an era. The President called her a steadying presence and said her legacy will loom large in the pages of British history and in the story of our world. Joe Biden had earlier spoken to new British Prime Minister Truss as part of a meeting, a video hookup on the Ukraine war, and had mentioned there his concern about reports on the Queen's health and was to be briefed on them along the way. And the news of the Queen's death, the formal news, actually broke as the White House press secretary was talking on other issues, and she was surprised by the news. So now the White House coming to a more formal response. Congress too has, in a quite unusual move, ordered flags at half-staff for somebody who is not an American, quite typical for an American military hero or a senior political figure passing on, but not for foreign dignitaries. So the US now responding quite loudly and affectionately for the Queen and towards her family. Also, among other foreign leaders, President Macron of France, talking of the Queen's continuity and unity that she brought to leadership, and calling her a kind-hearted Queen and a friend of France. Much more coming, no doubt, from world leaders in coming hours, guys.
Yep, absolutely, Tim. Let's go to Victoria Arbiter now. And Victoria, a sad day. How's the world reacting to the death of the Queen?
I think there's a general feeling of shock, Koshi. Of course, Australians are just beginning to wake up to this news, and it feels a little silly to say. She was 96. She was an elderly lady, and clearly an elderly lady that was seeming more frail in recent months. But still, I think people expected her just to keep on going, because that's what she's always done. Most people alive today, as others have said, have only ever known one monarch, Queen Elizabeth II. And so I think it's going to be really discombobulating for a number of people in the coming days, weeks and months, as the figurehead on coins changes, the figurehead on stamps changes, and we all start to get used to this transition, which is currently taking place behind palace walls.
Yeah, it is really an incredible time in history, isn't it, that we will remember for the rest of our lives. Victoria, we saw those pictures, those beautiful pictures of Her Majesty only just over 48 hours ago. A lot of people, since we saw those, making a little bit of that bruise on her hand that you could see. Do you think she was unwell?
Certainly, I think there was something going on, Nat. It was interesting, even just a couple of days ago, you were talking about the fact that the wording on palace statements had changed. When previously we'd been told that the Queen had been advised to rest, suddenly it was doctors are advising her to rest. So yes, I think she was seemingly more frail. This was the first image we had seen of her in quite some time. The fact she had said that she wouldn't travel down to London to meet the new Prime Minister, she'd rather the Prime Minister came to her. That all, of course, with hindsight, illustrates that she wasn't as well as we had been led to believe. But at the same time, I think so many concessions have been made over the last year simply because of her age. We were kind of getting used to this new Queen who conducts most of her constitutional role from behind palace walls. As last images go, those ones are particularly delightful. And as much as we do wish she was still with us today, I think if she could have chosen anywhere to pass away from this world into the next, it would have been at Balmoral. So rather lovely that we saw that final image of her with the Prime Minister doing what she vowed to do until the very end, which was conduct her duties to the best of her abilities.
Victoria, what happens now? How long does the UK mourn for?
Well, we've got a solid 10 days of mourning, and these plans have been in place for decades. Nothing has been left to chance. There are even plans in place in the event the Queen should pass away while at Balmoral. So her body will lay at rest in a church in Scotland before she is moved to London. Members of the public will be allowed to pay their respects when she lies in state. And then, of course, there will be a ceremonial funeral, a state funeral at Westminster Abbey, which I think is really going to be incredibly moving, an opportunity for the whole world to say their farewells. But I think as well for the royal family, this must be such a bizarre time, particularly for Prince Charles. And my sympathy really does lie with him today, because there he is grappling with this new position for which he has been preparing his entire life. And yet at the same time, he's grieving the loss of his mother. And I don't think anyone in the world can relate to just how difficult that is to try and reconcile that suddenly there you are as the new monarch with constitutional responsibilities, but at the same time you're mourning the loss of your mother. So a very difficult time for members of the royal family, and certainly the British public and people around the world are going to be mourning the Queen well beyond that 10-day official period.
Victoria, in the end, it felt like this all happened quickly after we saw those pictures of her after she swore in the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss. And then, you know, the family raced to see her. Do we know whether they all saw her before she passed away?
We know certainly that her children and Prince William and Sophie Wessex managed to get there quite promptly. We don't know if they were able to see her before she passed. We haven't been given an exact time of death. Sadly, Prince Harry wasn't able to make it before the world was told of his grandmother's passing. They will have done everything they could to try and get there in time. I think that's what the palace was preparing us for this morning. It was very unusual, unprecedented, actually, for a statement to come from the palace in terms of the Queen's health. They don't, as a habit, give a running commentary of any member of the royal family's personal health. So the fact that they said there was a problem or there was cause for concern, that she'd been told to rest, then when we were told that members of the royal family were racing to get to Scotland, that illustrated that things really were quite grave. And so I think all of them didn't waste any time. They got up there as quickly as they could. But very sad, of course, that Prince Harry clearly didn't make it in time.
Yeah, Victoria, we're looking at live pictures of the growing floral tribute outside Buckingham Palace after the death of the Queen. Brits coming to the palace to show their respects and grieve together. Do we know what the plans are for the family now?
Well, Prince Charles, King Charles, that's going to take some getting used to. King Charles III will certainly stay in Scotland overnight. He'll travel down to London tomorrow. I think the family, extended members of the family may stay in Scotland for a couple more days and accompany her coffin as it's transported back to London. All of this information will come from Buckingham Palace in due course. But it's remarkable, really, that the Queen has her entire reign represented a unifying presence, and here she is unifying Britons once again. The last time we saw huge crowds outside Buckingham Palace was just 3 months ago when we gathered for the Platinum Jubilee celebrations, and I, for one, am immensely grateful that the Queen was able to step out onto that balcony and see exactly what she meant to the British public. Now she's unifying Britons once again as they come to lay flowers and pay their respects, and I think it's going to be quite a dramatic outpouring of grief. Of course, when Diana, Princess of Wales, passed away, people were responding in part because she was such a beloved figure, but also because she died at such a young age in such tragic circumstances, and it was a tremendous shock. The Queen is beloved in a different way. She has meant so much to so many people of all ages, and I think people are going to be grappling with shock, certainly initially, because even though she was 96, she was always there. We are just used to seeing her there, whether it's times of national crisis, times of national joy, the big celebratory events that we see, like Trooping the Colour, the commemoration services like Remembrance Sunday. And suddenly she's not. And that's going to take, I think, a lot of Britons quite a while, really, to come to terms with.
Yeah, it is. It is a shock. It's going to take a lot of people a while to comprehend. She was just such an inspiring woman over so many years. Thanks very much, Victoria.
And the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, will address the nation soon. We will bring that to you live.
Well, for more on our breaking news, we're joined by Sunrise Foreign Editor Keith Studer. Good morning to you.
Morning.
How's the world reacting to this?
And I think in a state of shock, because as we saw her with the British Prime Minister a couple of days ago, frail, but on her legs, standing up and all the rest of it. So I think people are in a great state of shock. And of course, she's served on the throne longer than any other ruler, pretty well, going around the world at the moment. So she's got a great institutional memory. She met most of the leaders at one point or another during her time in office. So she was certainly a solid feature on the international scene.
She was a towering historical figure too, wasn't she? Just a sense of calm, a sense of stability through everything.
Well, as we were talking about a couple of days ago with Liz Truss, with that embarrassing video of her at the age of 19 calling for the abolition of the monarchy, and, you know, we were saying about how the Queen very graciously would not have referred to that when she was welcoming the new Prime Minister. She was just so brilliant at handling people. I used to see that when we went out to see her at Smith's Lawn at Windsor playing polo, and she's fantastic at handling people. There are really tricks of the trade, which I tell my students about how you greet people. She's brilliant at this, absolutely brilliant.
Why? Why do you tell your students about her?
Well, because I teach American students and they're mesmerised by her. So one of the things that's interesting is that with the Queen, you're only with her for only a few seconds, but she makes it memorable. You are the only person in the universe for her at that time. It's a brilliant technique. I noticed the Kennedy family had it when I was with Edward Kennedy. He'd obviously got it from his father, who was ambassador, of course, in London. So she was brilliant at putting people at their ease during the war. Yeah.
But, and then Liz Truss, of course, what a bookend, isn't it? You know, she protests, you know, as a young woman, and then she stands up there, and within 2 days of becoming Prime Minister, she announces the death of the Queen, and she says she has been a personal inspiration to me. So now, what happens? There's a huge process after her death that has been put in place for
the
many,
plans have been
many
there for years, so that'll all now be put into place. Remember, the British are brilliant at getting a carriage to go all the way from Buckingham Palace to St Paul's and arrive within 15 seconds. They can't make a good car, but they can travel very well through central London in terms of being able to organise things. So this would have been planned for many years. So they would have all the plans in place, as a lot of our commentators have already mentioned.
So what happens with us? Charles is now officially our head of state as of now. In practicality, what impact does he have on us now?
In practical terms, for a little, because they're just simply the head of a number of other Commonwealth countries. I think what it'll do will be, once there's a period of mourning, after a decent interval, we will then have a resurgence, I think, in this debate about whether or not we should become a republic.
Right.
Because a lot of people have said, since we've had this Republican debate over, what, many years, the last sort of 20 years or so, we couldn't do anything while the Queen was alive.
Queen was too popular, but her son is not quite so popular. Although, you know, he's earned his environmental credentials and all the rest of it. So he does have some sort of fan club, but there is this feeling that perhaps we ought to be going our own way. The only problem is, though, what is going to be the alternative? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, if you're going to end up with another politician becoming President of Australia.
President, yes. But interestingly, the next generation has really warmed to William and Kate.
Absolutely.
You know, there's the middle-aged generation is going, oh, we don't want Charles, and then a younger generation going, well, we actually quite like William and Kate. They're modern and understand us, and we relate.
And that's the genius of the firm. They move with the times. They represent continuity, but also change, and they can then win people over.
Right, okay. All right, Keith. Thank you for that. We'll come back to you shortly. Appreciate it. More now on the breaking news of the death of Queen Elizabeth. We're joined by Daily Mirror Royal Editor Russell Myers. Russell, a very sad day. How is Britain reacting to today? We've been seeing just wonderful live pictures from outside Buckingham Palace where Brits are almost gathering to grieve together.
Yes, good morning, Coffee. Good morning. I mean, an incredibly sombre day here in Britain and especially around the Commonwealth and around the world. I think the feeling of intense tension was insurmountable throughout the day. I think that rumours have been spreading since early morning about the gravity of the situation and the fact that the Queen had not looked well on Tuesday, was forced to pull out of a Privy Council meeting, which was very important on Wednesday. And indeed, we saw members of the royal family rushing up to be by her bedside at Balmoral. So incredibly sad day today.
Russell, it feels like she achieved that one last job of swearing in the Prime Minister, doesn't it?
Oh, it really does, Matt, because I was told that she was utterly determined to instil her new 15th Prime Minister. And indeed, she had been carrying on her duties despite her ongoing mobility problems. She had a raft of health issues over the last couple of years, but was still undertaking daily duties, still undertaking her weekly audience with the Prime Minister, her ministerial red boxes. Indeed, she had an absolutely packed schedule. She met with her outgoing Communications Secretary to give him an honour on Tuesday, as well as meeting the Prime Ministers. I mean, this is a woman who had duty running through her bones, and indeed, she did it right up until her final days. A truly remarkable feat.
Russell, the Queen is the longest-serving monarch in British history, and I think no one will ever beat that claim. How will she be remembered? How will you remember her?
I think as a mother, as a grandmother of the nation, not just only of her own family. I mean, I just said it there about duty running through her bones. You'd speak to anyone who came across her, and whether it was the people's senior advisors in the palace or the footmen down the hall, she had respect and dignity for everybody who came across her. And I think you just look at her incredible achievements, her love of the Commonwealth, her absolute steadfastness to duty, and her family. I think the Duke of Edinburgh's death left an incredible, immeasurable hole in her life, and she has passed, a year and a half after his.
I think we've just lost Russell there.
Yeah, but it feels like it's interesting that whole sense of duty, that steadfast dig in. Is that something that we're losing? Is that a generation that maybe has gone? That you dig in and you work and nothing stops you.
Yeah, live pictures there from Windsor, but a resilience, a determination. A respect, a loyalty that has, through thick and thin, is what she... And from a very young age, she made a promise. How many make a promise as a young 20-year-old to serve their country and their family for their whole life? And she did it. Exactly.
And it's easy to say she was born into it, but... there's still would have been that realisation that she had to dedicate her entire life. She's still a human being. Yep. And that realisation that was it for her. There was nothing else. An incredible life, but still, as we've been saying this morning, a lot has been thrown at her too.
Let's go back to Sarah Greenhalgh in London. And Sarah, it is so heartwarming to see this outpouring of love for the Queen in a lot of the live pictures we're showing.
And that is what it is, Koshi. Excuse me, it is. It's an outpouring of love. Hers was an extraordinary life, an extraordinary reign, and people are wanting to show that this evening. And you can see from those pictures that it's the only thing I think a lot of people feel like they can do. And to an extent, this happened really fast today. So it was about lunchtime UK time when we got that unprecedented statement from Buckingham Palace saying doctors were concerned for the Queen's health and that she was under medical supervision at Balmoral. And then by dinner time, by dusk, by the time people were making their way home from the office, we had the news that she had passed away peacefully at Balmoral. So many people, office workers, they'd been following this on their phones, on their TVs throughout today, seeing members of the royal family going to Balmoral. And I think for so many people, they can equate that to their own family. This is the only monarch we've ever all known. They do feel like she is this grandmother figure. So that's why we are seeing so many people turn out at Buckingham Palace, at Windsor, at Balmoral to pay their respects to Her Majesty this evening, and also to pass on the fact that they are thinking of the rest of the family. This would have been a hugely emotional day for the members of the royal family. I think one of those images that really stuck out to me was Prince William behind the driver's seat of one of those cars, Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, in the passenger seat. Of course, we know all about that history. And then Edward and Sophie in the back seat of that same car. So much that we've talked about over recent months, so much that has unfolded, various rifts, different family members not getting along for whatever reason. But then When the moment came, they were all together, no bodyguards, just 4 family members in the same car going to see the Queen. And picking up on what you were saying before as well about the fact that, you know, she had no choice. This was what she had to do to an extent because it's a hereditary monarchy. Now, she was never meant to be Queen, given that she was the daughter of the King's second son. So she was born never having to be into this role, but she did a wonderful job over what was such an incredible reign, Nat.
It was, wasn't it? Let's look at that timeline again. So around about 5 p.m. London time, the family arrived. At 6:30 p.m. London time, it was announced that Her Majesty had passed away. Unfortunately, Prince Harry was the only one, we're told, who didn't make it. That is a shot of Prince Harry driving up to after the news had been made public. So obviously the family had been told, everyone had known, and it had been made public before Harry had got there.
They were all close by as well, and
Yes.
they'd been close by for quite a while.
Yeah.
Harry had been a bit further away because of commitments.
Exactly.
With the Invictus Games and the like as well. So.
Yeah, which is really sad for him, Sarah, to not have made it. We know that, you know, he was one of the very close grandchildren to the Queen.
That actually broke my heart, if I'm going to be honest, to hear that he just missed out on seeing her. Again, we talk about it often on the show, the relationship breakdown, the fact that even just a few days ago we were told that the jibes that Harry and Meghan had been making about the royal family were taking a toll on the Queen, that Prince Charles had invited the Sussexes to Balmoral and they'd turned down that invitation, or they simply hadn't taken it up. But we do know that Prince Harry had a very close relationship with his grandmother, so you can only imagine what he was feeling in that moment. And it's one thing, the family, you know, is going through that, but then also the nation. So these are some live pictures now of what is happening at Buckingham Palace, where there are quite literally tens of thousands of people gathering outside there in the rain. It hasn't rained in this country for several months over summer. It's been this hot, dry summer, and then the heavens have opened in the past 24 hours, as you can see there. Doesn't matter. They need to be there. They need to show their respects to Her Majesty, a little girl who was born never meaning to be Queen and ended up being the longest-serving monarch in British history. I was listening to a wonderful podcast a few weeks ago where they were explaining that back in the day, a potential heir to the British throne, their birth had to be verified by a cabinet minister. So back in April 1926, when the Queen was about to be born, the then cabinet minister was making his way to their home in Mayfair thinking, well, what a waste of time this is, because this little girl or this baby is never going to have any official sort of role. And then 10 years later, the King died. Edward abdicated and, you know, Elizabeth became heir apparent. And then from that day on, her mother was only 36 at the time when the King died and Edward abdicated. And so Elizabeth thought, the story goes, that maybe her mum could have a little boy, a little brother, and at that stage he would have actually leapfrogged her and we would have had a king. But she didn't. Elizabeth became Queen and then she was, you know, in that position for 70 years with a resume quite like no other. There's a flag there. These are all live pictures coming into the newsroom at the moment of the flag at half-mast at the White House as well, and flags right across this country at half-mast. Leaders from around the world paying their respects. Again, she is the Queen, the head of state of Britain, the head of state, you know, in various realms, including Australia, but she is so dearly respected and loved around the world. And no matter who you talk to, another quick anecdote, the Uber driver I was with when I actually saw the news this evening, he's from Bangladesh. He came to the UK in 1973 and he burst into tears while we were driving along listening to the BBC break the news, because he just said what a wonderful woman she was. He just had so much respect for her sense of duty, her service. He said she's the one family member that I just adore, and so he was crying as he drove me to Buckingham Palace, and that's really reflective of what you are hearing, no matter who you speak to, what walk of life they are from. Everyone unanimously respected Her Majesty. So this is it is a really sad night tonight in Britain.
Because life has changed so much, technology, workplaces, communication, and the Queen was just that rock that never changed.
Koshi, she was a constant through decades of enormous social change. Again, we have to think back to 1952 when her father died and she became the Queen. She was 25 years old in Kenya. At the time, 1952, Harry Truman was the US President. Winston Churchill here in the UK, Robert Menzies in Australia. The Australian population at the time was just over 8 million people. It's 3 times that now. So she has lived through so many different periods. Like I mentioned before, Liz Truss, her 15th Prime Minister. Winston Churchill was born in 1847, so 101 years before the current British Prime Minister was born, appointed just 2 days ago by Her Majesty. And I think the fact that we saw her 48 hours ago on her feet, albeit with a walking stick, speaks volumes as to her tenacity, her determination to carry out those constitutional duties despite whatever she was going through at the time. Yes, she looked frail, but she still managed to smile. There she is there. As many have pointed out, she still had that sort of little glimmer in her eye, and she quite clearly loved her job. To be devoted to something for that long, you can't do that without having a passion, and I think the fact that she showed up at Balmoral the other day to do that, she didn't have to do that constitutionally. King Charles, well, now King Charles could have done it for her, but she wanted to do it, and it's quite unbelievable to think those images are just 48 hours old.
Yeah, I didn't realise that she didn't have to, that it could have been Charles, and that is incredible in itself. Those, you know, her last public photos are pretty amazing.
And they are gorgeous photos of her as well, aren't they? And that photo on the balcony for the Jubilee, in the pale blue and white, she looked like almost a Royal Dalton vase, didn't she, Sarah? It was so British, so gorgeous.
Someone pointed out today, guys, earlier on, that how many official portraits would the Queen have had over the years? Gosh, she wouldn't be even able to count them, with crowns and tiaras and all these beautiful gems and brooches. But that photo of her in the drawing room at Balmoral Castle, where she's wearing a cardigan, her skirt, she's like the nation's grandmother. And I think that is such a poignant image. And the final images of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, but she really did look like everybody's grandmother, which just again goes to reinforce and emphasise the fact that that's how many people feel here. The Christmas message, that's something that keeps popping up as well when you talk to people, how families built their Christmas day around sitting down and listening to the Queen. When she became Queen, those broadcasts were still done on the radio. It was in 1957 when she carried out the first televised Christmas message, and she spoke about how it was a period of change, that television was something that was coming in, and she and her family loved sitting around the television, and she hoped that everyone at home would be doing the same. In the 1980s, her television audience for those Christmas messages peaked at something like 28 million British viewers. That is half the country, all watching the TV at the same time to see what the Queen had to say about her year. And last year's, I think, for me personally, was really special and quite emotional, given that she had just lost her husband in the same year. And during those COVID years, she spoke about how families were separated, the pain that loved ones were going through, not being able to see their relatives. And I think that resonated with so many people because it's what we were all going through at the time. And we also have to think about the royal family. This is the second death now in 14 months. It was only April last year that we lost the Duke of Edinburgh, so that is a lot to deal with in such a short period of time.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Sarah.
Okay, Sarah, thank you. We're seeing pictures of London Live now. Those crowds are going to gather for days and days. It's just before 9 o'clock London time now, as the word sinks in that they have lost Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth.
We are standing by for the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, to address the nation very shortly. We will bring that to you live. In the meantime, our foreign editor, Keith Suter, is with us. Keith, there is a well laid out plan over the next 2 weeks, isn't there, for not only the funeral but the coronation?
Yeah, so the coronation will take place, my guess is next year. It always takes a long time to organise a coronation. So Charles became king immediately that his mother died. Remember, the mother went up a tree in Kenya as a princess and came down as a queen, right? So you change immediately, the monarch dies, but the actual coronation takes an awfully long time to organise, and that, I should imagine, will be probably next year.
So in the next 10 days, what do we do? Because it's been planned out, and there's a very, very specific process, isn't there, from day one, from today?
Absolutely, and there'll be books of condolences, for example, opened in embassies and high commissions around Australia, where people can go in and write something in the book of condolence. So there's a whole network of things that are in place, including here in Australia, because they obviously will be liaising with the palace to find out what needs to be done here as well.
All right, Keith, we'll cross back shortly. That's a live look at the White House. Flags, by order of Congress, have been lowered to half staff. It is referred to in the United States, a very rare honour for a foreign dignitary.
Yeah, so, incredible, isn't it?
Yeah. Breaking news this morning, Buckingham Palace has confirmed this morning that Queen Elizabeth II has passed away at the age of 96. The world was notified by the royal household with an official announcement from Buckingham Palace. The statement says the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King, Charles, and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow.
Other members of the royal family had travelled to Scotland to be by her bedside, including Prince William, Andrew, Edward and Princess Anne. In a statement, His Majesty the King said, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held."
The Queen had been suffering from mobility problems since the end of last year, but her health deteriorated in the last few days. She was last seen on Wednesday, our time, when she greeted the new UK Prime Minister, excuse me, Liz Truss.
In the lead up to Her Majesty's passing, doctors had placed her under medical supervision. Crowds are gathering across the UK as the public gathers to mourn the monarch. Floral tributes are growing as people lay flowers at Buckingham Palace. Let's go live now to our team of reporters. They're in the UK, in Canberra and in the US. First to Europe Bureau Chief Hugh Whitfield, who's at Balmoral. Hugh, King Charles has released this statement. We have just read that. You're right there where it's happening. The rest of the family made it there before she died.
Yeah, and I think that King Charles will have found it very difficult to sign off on that statement. One of his first duties as king would have been putting that statement out to the world, marking the death of his mother. It has been a momentous 24 hours here. Obviously, over the course of the week, we actually saw the Queen in those photos on Tuesday as she oversaw the transition of power between Boris Johnson and Liz Truss, the new British Prime Minister. But over the last 36 hours, something changed. Last night, Australian time, we were told that the Queen's health had deteriorated, that doctors were concerned that she was being overseen by medical staff. That is a day after she was told to take rest by doctors. The sort of language, words like concern that we haven't really heard before from Buckingham Palace when it had come to the Queen's health. And over the course of the day, members of the family had gathered here at Balmoral, led by King Charles and his wife, the Queen Consort Camilla. When they're in Scotland, they stay just about 10 minutes down the road at Burke Hall, so it was very easy for them to get here. Princess Anne was also in Scotland as well, so she was very quickly here at Balmoral. And then there was a plane that flew from Northolt, an RAF base just outside London, to Aberdeen, carrying a number of members of the royal family who were coming up from their homes in and around Windsor. Prince Andrew, Prince William, Prince Edward, his wife Sophie, Kate, the Duchess of Cambridge, stayed in Windsor because those three Cambridge children had their first day at school today. They have come home to learn the news that their great-grandmother has passed away. Prince Harry is now here at Balmoral, but I saw him being driven in here after the Queen's death was announced. So I don't believe that he made it in time to say goodbye to his grandmother. His wife, Meghan, has remained in London. They were due to attend an event tonight in London. Obviously, that is not happening. Balmoral is a very happy place for the royals. It certainly has been throughout the Queen's reign. This is where Prince Philip proposed to his young wife, the Princess Elizabeth, more than 70 years ago. It is where the Queen has regularly returned every summer to enjoy a quiet break in the Scottish Highlands, away from the press, away from the royal engagements she's expected to carry out. But this year was different. She arrived here on July the 21st. There was no big formal welcome as there normally is, where she would come out and greet some of the service personnel who look after her up here. She cancelled her appearance at the Braemar Games about 10 minutes away from here. Charles went in her place. It's the first time really that something like that had happened, that the Queen had come here to Balmoral but not carried out any public engagements. That was a sign, surely, that her health was deteriorating, and obviously it deteriorated even further over the last 48 hours. A very sad day for the royal family, who are experiencing grief that families right around the world can understand. The loss of a titular head of a family who can lead generations through thick and thin. The difference here, of course, is that that head of a family is also head of state of 15 countries, and her reign will go down as something that will unlikely be matched, certainly in our lifetimes.
Yes, Hugh, and sort of Balmoral was her special place, wasn't it? We are expecting the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, live very shortly. In the next couple of minutes, we will bring that to you. In the meantime, political reporter Taylor Aitken, you're outside the Governor-General's residence in Canberra, and the Governor-General has just spoken.
He has, Koshi. Nat, good morning. The Governor-General professing and extending a deep love and admiration that Australians held for the Queen, and expressing the condolences on behalf of Australia to the royal family and to the new King, King Charles. Let's take a listen.
Her death will sadden all Australians and be felt around the world. As we mourn, we should also take inspiration and give thanks to the remarkable contribution Her Majesty has made. May she rest in peace. God save the King.
Many Australians wouldn't know a different head of state aside from Queen Elizabeth. We have heard a statement from Prime Minister Anthony Albanese earlier, where he used the Queen's own words to say that grief is what we express when we have loved. The Queen visited Australia 16 times. The first time was in 1954, where she sailed into Sydney Harbour alongside Prince Philip. Each of those times she visited Australia really stopped in its tracks and welcomed the monarch with open arms. To date, she's the first and only reigning monarch to visit Australia. Now, we are expecting to learn more about how Australians will be able to pay tribute to the Queen. We are expecting to hear from the Prime Minister shortly about that, but there will now be 14 days of observance here in Australia, including a national day of mourning. Flags flags right across the country will be flown at half-mast from today until the day after the Queen's funeral. We are also expecting a 96-gun salute later today at Parliament House at dusk. It will be one round for each of the Queen's years of life, so 96 rounds at Parliament House a little later today. The Prime Minister and the Governor-General will also travel to the UK for the funeral of the Queen. We are expecting that they will fly out a little later next week once those funeral arrangements have been announced. They will also meet with the new King, King Charles, and visit the Queen lying in state in London.
OK, thank you very much, Taylor. Look, they're the shots of London. That's obviously Buckingham Palace. And just around 9 o'clock, just gone 9 o'clock at night, London time, those crowds are obviously going to grow, the tributes, the flowers in the next 2 weeks, because that's the official mourning time. We've got 10 days before the state funeral. It's going to be an incredible sight.
The flag at half-mast on the Sydney Harbour Bridge, not on Parliament House as we just saw earlier. That will happen pretty quickly, you would think. But flags at half-mast right around the world. We've seen the flag at half-mast on the top of the White House as well. Waiting on the Prime Minister, who is going to address the nation very, very shortly as well. That's the White House flag. Congress actually passed a motion earlier in the day, and we believe that this is one of the first times that flags have been flown at half-mast on public buildings in the United States for any foreign dignitary. Now, the Queen will be moved to the ballroom of Balmoral Castle, so family can grieve. The body will be moved to London in the next couple of days and will lie in state for Brits to pass by and show their respect as well. It was called Operation Lion London Bridge. It's been in place for a long time, hasn't it? And we've known about it, and every day is planned out. And I think in the next day or so, King Charles will visit Scotland, Wales, Ireland before coming back to London as well.
Yeah, let's go to Sarah Greenoch in London as we look at those live pictures of the country coming to terms with Her Majesty's passing. Sarah, as Koshi said, these plans have been in place for many decades for this, this eventuality. Run us through what happens now.
They certainly have, guys, but the plans are slightly different given that the Queen's passing has taken place at Balmoral. So the Palace only actually updated those plans not so long ago. We understand that there will be a service of Thanksgiving at a cathedral there in Scotland before the Queen is then moved down to London. As you say, there will be a lying in state, and then there will be a public funeral, a state funeral rather, in about 12 days' time. But again, all those timings, even though these plans have been in place, the timings could differ even down to the time of today that the announcement was made. Given that it was made this evening, things could be slightly different given that it is later in the day. According to the original Operation Lion plan, the Queen's passing would have been announced at about 8:30 in the morning if it had have happened overnight, but it happened evening time, London time. So we will learn more about the definite plans over the coming days. The Palace will certainly keep everyone across those, but tributes, as you say, coming in from everywhere, from ordinary Brits who are going to Buckingham Palace, tens of thousands of them, black cab drivers who have lined up their taxis in the Mall outside. They're determined to pay their respects to the Queen. Most black taxi drivers, if you've ever been here, any of the viewers who've ever been here will know they love their country. They have such a deep sense of affection for the Queen especially, so they are there this evening. And then Pope Francis, he has just sent a telegram to the new King paying tribute to the Queen's steadfast witness of faith, assuring the King of his prayers as you now take up your high responsibilities. There's also tweets coming in from world leaders right across the world. I'll read a couple. President Joe Biden: Queen Elizabeth II was a stateswoman of unmatched dignity and constancy who deepened the bedrock alliance between the UK and the US. From the former British Prime Minister David Cameron, who would have also been appointed by Her Majesty, similar to what we saw with those images of Liz Truss the other day. David Cameron has said there are no words that can adequately express the sense of loss our nation will feel after the Queen's death. And I personally thought that this was quite lovely from the former US President Barack Obama. Back when we were just beginning to navigate life as President and First Lady, she welcomed us to the world stage with open arms and extraordinary generosity. Time and time again, we were struck by her warmth, the way she put people at ease, and how she brought her considerable humour and charm to moments of great pomp and circumstance. And that is something that so many dignitaries who have met with the Queen, who admit to having become quite nervous meeting Her Majesty, even though they themselves might have been presidents or prime ministers, given that she had been in that role for so long. And so many also made the comment that they went into the room to speak to the Queen and she was briefed about every topic that came up. She would be so across the brief. She would have read all the notes. She certainly wasn't skipping out on the work. She did it all. She had such a passion for this role, a role that she continued on for 70 years. And also, I guess the other thing that came to mind being down at Buckingham Palace today was the fact that we got to celebrate her Platinum Jubilee just a few months ago in June, and it was such a joyous occasion. It was such a moment of unity for this country after what has been a few years of divisions with Brexit, tragedy with COVID, separation with families. This was such a moment of joy and unity. And again, I think the fact that we saw her on that balcony twice over that 4-day-long weekend really showed that she wanted to be a part of it. She wanted to be a part of the celebration. She knew how much that meant to the British people and to people around the world. The Queen always said through her long reign that she had to be seen to be believed. And if she couldn't be there herself, she would dispatch Prince Philip to go to the walkabout for her, or another family member, as we've seen in recent times with the likes of King Charles or Prince William or Kate or even Edward and Sophie stepping up and carrying out duties on behalf of the Queen. But if she could be there herself, she would. And I think that will be so special and mean so much to so many people in this country, the fact that we did get to have that celebration in June.
It is, isn't it? Over that 4-day period, we knew that it was tough for her. She didn't go to everything she probably would have liked, but how wonderful for her to see that outpouring of love during the Jubilee just a few months ago. Thanks very much, Sarah. OK, let's go to Hugh Whitfield, who is at Balmoral, who has been there for quite some time. We have seen the family, you've seen the family drive past you during this terrible time. Run us through what happens now, Hugh.
Yeah, so Nat, obviously, as Sarah was saying, things are a little bit different as opposed to the grand plans or the big plans that have been in place for quite some time, because Her Majesty has passed away here in Balmoral. So we can expect some activity up here in Scotland for a couple of days. Most immediately, though, the Queen's coffin, when that is arranged, will be draped in the Royal Standard, that flag that flies above Balmoral or Windsor Castle or Buckingham Palace when the Queen is in residence. Now, that is her personal standard. That will be draped across the coffin. The coffin will be moved into the ballroom here at Balmoral Castle, and it will give a chance for members of the royal family, of course, many of them whom are gathered here at Balmoral, including now Prince Harry, who we believe arrived after the Queen's death was announced. It will also give a chance for the staff here at Balmoral and members of the royal household to pay tribute, because many of them will have known the Queen pretty well. Her Majesty was coming up here for 70 years as Queen. It was a place that she spent a lot of time at with her family. So she will have known many of the groundskeepers or the staff who run the estate, look after the buildings here quite well. And they will have become to know her quite well as well. So they'll get a chance to farewell her. There will be a series of events, as Sarah mentioned, in Edinburgh as well. we're obviously waiting for a lot of these plans to be formalised and confirmed by the palace, but I would expect that the Queen's body would be moved to Edinburgh at some point in the next 48 to 72 hours. There would be a service in St Giles Cathedral, which is the big main Church of Scotland cathedral on the Royal Mile in Edinburgh, before the Queen's body is returned down to England and down to London, where there'll be days and days of commemorations, of events commemorating the Queen's life. But also the thing to keep in mind here, guys, is that we are marking the death of a Queen, the end of her 70-year reign, but this is also the beginning of a new story. There is a new story that will develop from this point, and that is the reign of King Charles III. You mentioned Operation Lion and London Bridge, Koshi. That process of Charles becoming king, which is immediate, but that transition that is now underway is called Operation Springtide. And that, I guess that name gives you an indication of what happens now. This is a new reign. This is a new era that is beginning under King Charles. That Charles's reign will not be as long as the Queen's.
What does he do now? Has he got any formalities? Does he visit Scotland, Ireland, Wales, sort of to take control, if you like? Is there anything formal?
Well, most immediately, what we've been told is that he's staying here at Balmoral Castle tonight, here in Scotland, and he will return to London tomorrow. Now, obviously, these plans are quite malleable, but I would expect that we'll hear from King Charles at some point in the next 24 hours. There'll be a service at St Paul's Cathedral, we'd expect, probably tomorrow night here, a service of thanksgiving for the life of Queen Elizabeth. And for Charles, he needs to go to constituent parts of the United Kingdom to be proclaimed king. Keep in mind, this is a United Kingdom of Great Britain, but it's the result of the union between the English Crown and the Scottish Crown back in 1707. So there will need to be formalities here in Scotland, in England as well, Wales, as you mentioned, and Northern Ireland, which remains part of the UK.
OK, we're standing by for our Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, to speak while we do, just in the next couple of minutes. So then he won't be, there won't be a coronation until many months, probably into next year, Hugh.
Yeah, I think it was 11 months between when the Queen, when the Queen's father, King George VI, passed away and Queen Elizabeth became the Queen, and then the coronation occurred. We need to get through this period of mourning. There needs to be a funeral. We need to reflect on the Queen's life. It would be a bit grim, I think, probably to have a coronation and a celebration of a new reign within 3 or 6 months. It's going to take a huge amount of planning. It's going to have to be, I think it's going to be very different to the coronation that we would have seen 69 years ago when the Queen went to Westminster Abbey and was crowned Queen. Britain's a very different country now. The Commonwealth's a very different place. So I think we're going to see a different sort of plan under King Charles. Right now, at Buckingham Palace, those crowds are continuing to build. That will be the epicentre of the grief for this nation. We've obviously reflected upon the death of Princess Diana that occurred 25 years ago last month. I think we'll see something probably on a bigger scale than that. We've got 10, 11, 12 days of events to come commemorating the Queen's life. There will be dignitaries travelling in from around the world, royal families too from across Europe, other kings and queens and princes and princesses who will come here to London to pay their own respects. And keep in mind too that the Commonwealth, Australia, will play a significant part, more so than countries like the United States. The Governor-General will need to be here for a series of events. Unfortunately, there is no Australian High Commissioner here at the moment. There is an acting High Commissioner in Australia House, but she will be involved as well in a lot of those events that will take place at places like Clarence House and the like, Marlborough House, where the Commonwealth is based. So Australia is undergoing a period of transition right now. Canada, the same. New Zealand, those Caribbean nations where the Queen was head of state, where the King is now the head of state. There's a lot of change that is going to occur. King Charles became king the moment the Queen passed away. you know, it's 1,000 years of divine right for this monarchy, stretching back a long way. So Charles has an enormous weight of responsibility that has descended upon his shoulders, and what an apprenticeship he has served. He's 73 years old. He has known his entire life that he will be the king at some point. He's had a long chance to learn how to do it from his mother, and Camilla has obviously watched Philip as the consort for many years as well. Keep in mind that it was only last year, I think, that the Queen proclaimed that Camilla would be Queen Consort. She would be known as Queen Consort. That was, would we say, a dying wish? Certainly a wish later in her life, that Camilla, having watched the way that Camilla had been brought into the royal family, accepted by members of the British public, that Camilla will be Queen Consort. And for Prince William, changes as well, Nat.
Yeah, so Charles, 73 years old. As you say, he's waited all his life for this. The Queen was 25 when she became Queen. Fascinating stuff, isn't it? Now, these are live pictures of Buckingham Palace. It is cool and wet in London. As Sarah Greenhalgh, our reporter, said, it hasn't rained in London for ages.
But gee, just in the 2 hours we've been on air, Nat, crowds have grown enormously, haven't they?
Yeah, I suppose as the, you know, as word spreads, and then as the shock, as it sinks in, as people understand and think, oh my goodness, this has really happened. We know she's elderly, she was 96 years old, we knew this was going to happen, but now this is it. We're entering a new era without Queen Elizabeth.
And this is an important day in history, isn't it? And people want to be part of it, show their respects and be around others.
Yeah.
That sense of community.
Exactly. It was like when Princess Diana died, obviously very different circumstances, and the shock of that was enormous. But this is, people just want to stand around and talk, shed a tear, just be together at this momentous time.
Not only at Buckingham Palace, but also Windsor Castle, the same thing is happening. Up in Scotland as well. It is just a nation in mourning, showing their grief, showing their love, showing their respect for Queen Elizabeth, who's died overnight at the age of 96.
Yeah, she was such a beloved character. She went through so much over her 70 years on the throne, and people always... Here she is at the Jubilee, of course, and we know over those 4 days she was so happy to be out there for those couple of appearances.
70 years. I've got an auntie still alive in Adelaide who, as a young 20-year-old, caught a ship to the coronation with 3 girlfriends. You know, that's... it is just extraordinary what this woman, this historical figure, a tower of strength for so many nations, has been through.
Yeah, 16 Prime Ministers.
Yep.
And the last one only sworn in a couple of days ago. And gee, it feels like she wanted to do that, swear in Liz Truss, the newest British Prime Minister, just a couple of days.
Sense of duty.
Yes, which that's what people admire in this woman, don't they? That she stuck it out through thick and thin, and she has had a few things thrown at her with her family, like all families do, but hers played out around the world, didn't they? All her troubles.
Let's go back to London. Emily Arnold, the royal commentator for the Sun newspaper. Emily, just an enormous outpouring of grief. First of all, Britain. How's it reacting to Her Majesty's death and the media covering it?
Well, good evening from London, Nat and Kochi, on a really, really sad day for us all, both in the UK, Australia and around the world. I think here in the UK, actually, there's a real sense of shock. Of course, the Queen's health over the past 12 months has not been brilliant, but she is 96. She's an old lady, was an old lady, And I think we all kind of got used to the fact that she was starting to use a walking stick, and that perhaps that she might need to have, more tests. And she had an overnight stay in hospital last October and was passing on more and more of her work to her children. Princess Anne, Prince Charles were doing more investitures, Prince William. And we kind of accepted that as she was an elderly lady, she was, the nation's grandma, but she was still there on our banknotes and, twinkling away, there on her Zooms, they're still doing public engagements after the death of her beloved husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. And of course, only 2 days ago, we saw her. We had pictures of her meeting our new Prime Minister, her 15th Prime Minister, Liz Truss. She said goodbye privately to our outgoing Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. This is two of the most important constitutional duties that she has to undergo, which is to accept the resignation of a Prime Minister and invite a new Prime Minister to form their cabinet. Something she takes incredibly seriously. And she looked really well in those pictures, didn't she? She looked lovely, like a real kind of Scottish granny in the tartan skirt, and in that living room in Balmoral, which is so evocative of Queen Victoria. So I think for all of us here, and definitely myself, as a seasoned royal correspondent, a real sense of shock, because although the meeting of the Privy Council was postponed last night because, doctors had told her to rest, I don't think any of us ever imagined that Buckingham Palace would put out such a statement just after lunch our time this afternoon, saying that doctors were worried and that she was under medical supervision. Because really, this was Palace speak for she's dying. We couldn't any of us say that publicly because you have to be very respectful, of course, about how you talk about, an elderly lady, let alone, the Queen. But I think is a real sense of shock, and I think it's really only starting to sink in, and I think we will see over the coming days that people here in the UK will be incredibly upset. I don't think we're going to see what we saw with Princess Diana, that kind of raw, emotional outpouring. We all knew that she was going to pass one day, but I think we just all thought that, maybe she'd be a bit like Father Christmas, or, like an evergreen person. She would just go on forever because she's the monarch that, most Aussies, most Brits, most Kiwis, most Canadians have ever known.
I know.
And so, yeah, I think a real sense of shock.
Which is interesting, isn't it, that we're all shocked because she's 96, she's an elderly woman. And then as this news has spread, everyone is shocked, aren't they, Emily? It's sad, but it's sort of, oh my goodness, the Queen is no longer. Those pictures you mentioned, the last pictures we've seen of her publicly, swearing in the Prime Minister, are beautiful, aren't they? They do. She matches the room. A slight indication, that bruise on her hand.
They are wonderful last pictures. Emily, we'll have to leave it there because the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, is about to speak live in Canberra. We're just waiting, but the photos just warm your heart, don't they, Nat?
Well,
and Jill, I think we all have a sense of loss because she's just been part of our own lives. Even though 96, you go, gee, she's had a good innings, and she wasn't going to go on for too much longer. But it's almost how we're going to cope with her out of our lives and taking an interest.
And that also the shock, hearing King Charles.
Yes.
In our lifetime. The statement that we read from King Charles. No one's used to that, obviously. And that was the first thing he did today, is announce, Her Majesty's death from King Charles. It's a new era.
They're live pictures outside Buckingham Palace, and in the traditional understated style of the Brits. People there taking photos of the death notice that was very short to the point and posted on the gates of Buckingham Palace only a couple of hours ago, not that long ago.
Yeah, and so 5 p.m. is when the family arrived, her children and William, and then Harry made it after, we think, after she passed. There's the statement being announced. It's so traditional, isn't it? These statements we've seen with births and unfortunately deaths and engagements. That's the way they do it in Britain.
Fellas, just straighten the Notice up. All right. The Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, is speaking live to the nation in Canberra.
Good morning. With the passing of Queen Elizabeth II, an historic reign and a long life devoted to duty, family, faith and service has come to an end. This is a morning of sadness for the world, for the Commonwealth and all Australians. It is a day of profound sadness and grief for the royal family who have lost a beloved mother, grandmother and great-grandmother, the person who for so long was their greatest inner strength. Australian hearts go out to the people of the United Kingdom who mourn today, knowing they will feel they have lost part of what makes their nation whole. It is a time of mourning for the people in Britain, across the Commonwealth, and indeed around the world. There is comfort to be found in Her Majesty's own words. Grief is the price we pay for love. This is a loss we feel deeply in Australia. Queen Elizabeth II is the only reigning monarch most of us have known, and the only one to ever visit Australia. And over the course of a remarkable 7 decades, Her Majesty was a rare and reassuring constant amidst rapid change. Through the noise and turbulence of the years, she embodied and exhibited a timeless decency and an enduring calm. Her Majesty served our nation and the Commonwealth for 70 years. She is the longest reigning monarch in British history, and remarkably the second longest reigning monarch of a sovereign state in world history. Her life of faithful service will be remembered for centuries to come. From the moment the young princess became queen, Her Majesty's dedication to duty and service over self were the hallmarks of her reign, performing her duty with fidelity, integrity and respect for everyone she met. We saw those qualities each time she visited our shores, and she graced us on 16 occasions during her reign, travelling to every state and territory across our vast continent. Her first visit with Philip began on the 3rd of February 1954, just 8 months after her coronation. It was the biggest single event ever organised in Australia, and it remains a defining moment in our nation's history. Some 7 million Australians, or 70% of our population at the time, turned out to catch a glimpse of the young Queen passing by. Queen Elizabeth II was a wise and enduring presence in our national life. 16 Prime Ministers consulted with her, and 16 Governors-General served in her name. Throughout her reign, Queen Elizabeth II showed a deep affection for our country. As she said at the Sydney Opera House in the year 2000, "Since I first stepped ashore here, I have felt part of this rugged, honest, creative land. I have shared in the joys and the sorrows, the challenges and the changes that have shaped this country's history." Her Majesty celebrated our good times, and she stood with us during trials and hardships, happy and glorious, but steadfast too. In particular, we recall the sympathy and personal kindness she extended to Australians afflicted by tragedy and disaster, from floods and bushfires to wars and a pandemic. Her words and presence were a source of comfort, hope and solace for millions of Australians. Queen Elizabeth II has been a wise and encouraging guide, always wanting the best for our nation and greeting each change with understanding, good grace and an abiding faith in the Australian people's judgment. From her first trip here, it was clear Her Majesty had a special place in our hearts, and we in hers. In the coming days, the Governor-General and I will be heading to London, where we will meet the King. We will convey the sorrow of Australians, as well as our best wishes to him and the Queen Consort as he takes on his duties as sovereign. Over the next 48 hours, more details will be shared about the arrangements for the Queen's funeral and memorial. Today marks the end of an era, the close of the second Elizabethan age. This time of mourning will pass, but the deep respect and warm regard in which Australians have always held for Her Majesty will never fade. May she rest in eternal peace.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese there saying, of course, it's an end of an era, talking about the fact that she is the only reigning monarch we've ever known, the only one to visit Australia. She came 16 times, that first one back in 1954, and there's some beautiful photos that we're showing of that visit to Australia. It was only 8 months after she became Queen. All these facts and figures that either you didn't know or we're being reminded about today.
And the world was a very different place back then. For her to get to all the, back at the time referred to as the Empire, get to all branches of it. Well spoken by the Prime Minister there. What stood out for me, decency, calm, dedication, duty over self, that the Prime Minister pointed out as the qualities of Queen Elizabeth. And I think we'd all agree with that. Decency, calm, dedication, duty over self. How many people can claim that?
Exactly. Something we'd all like to aspire to.
Yep,
surely.
absolutely.
Exactly.
Australia is showing its special relationship to the Queen. Brisbane has paid special tribute to Her Majesty on this solemn day. City's landmarks lighting up in purple in her memory and in honour of her history-making reign. The same in Adelaide. There's a beautiful display across the bridge there across the Torrens. Australians are reacting to the news.
Significant. She's the longest serving monarch we've had. She did a wonderful job through world wars.
Very sad. Yep. We'll all miss her, I'm sure.
What do you think of King Charles?
Oh, I think he'd be fine. Just give him a go. It's devastating. It's a bit of a shock, really. I know, you always thought she'd never die.
I'm actually British myself, so yeah, I think she's a bit of an icon. And I think, yeah, she's lasted a fair amount of time, but hopefully, yeah, she passed well and, you know, peacefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what a lot of people are saying, aren't they? Everyone's in shock. Well, she couldn't go on forever, but somehow, you know, some people hope that she would go on for many
years. Love the comment
years.
on Charles, very Australian. Give him a go.
Yeah.
Give him a go.
Yeah.
Don't judge him. Give him a go.
Yeah, he's been unpopular in some quarters, but that's an appropriate comment this morning, isn't it? Let's get more now with the Sun's royal commentator Emily Andrews. We've just heard our Prime Minister Anthony Albanese speaking. World leaders are sharing their outpouring of grief this morning.
Yes, and I actually thought that the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, did a much better job, actually, than the British Prime Minister, Liz Truss, who we heard from about 2 hours ago. I thought it was a very moving tribute he gave. It was very fulsome. It really highlighted the Queen's relationship with Australia and with Aussies. She obviously visited Australia a number of times. I don't think he'd ever met her, but obviously, you know, a huge number of Australians have really close and warm relations with Australia. And obviously, Australia was a very, very important part of the Queen's life. You know, she's Queen of Australia as well as, you know, New Zealand, Canada, the UK. And she thought it was very, very important that all the members of her, senior members of her family, obviously came and visited Australia. We saw William and Kate come to Australia very soon after they were married. And of course, they brought Prince George, which was amazing. I was there on that tour, which went down a storm. I was also there when Harry and Meghan, after they got married, and of course they announced that they were pregnant when on their first tour to Australia. So, Australia's always been a massive part of the Queen's life and importance. And I thought Anthony Albanese did a lovely and very poignant speech, and very interesting as well to hear him kind of throwing forward to him coming to London with the Governor General. Obviously, he'll be here for the state funeral, We don't know when that will be yet, but he will be here and he'll have a meeting with the new king, King Charles. I love that Vox Pops with that guy on the street. It was in Sydney going, yeah, we're going to give him a go. I love that. I mean, I think a lot of Brits feel the same. You know, we're going to give him a go and see how he kind of turns out. But yes, obviously, the next 10 days, the Queen's death, the passing, codename London Bridge, it's been planned for, you know, I've been doing this job 15 years. It's been planned for kind of at least 40 years. And the Queen herself was very much involved in elements of her funeral and how it's going to be. The plan, as we understand it, is that the funeral was planned to be 10 days after her death. Now, that actually would be next Sunday, and I don't imagine the briefings that I personally had from Buckingham Palace was that they didn't want a funeral on a Sunday, so it will either be potentially next Saturday or next Monday. I imagine they might want it on next Saturday because then members of the public, you know, anyone who is, you know, available can kind of line the streets of London and feel as if they're very much part of her passing. But I think what's also really nice is that, well, nice from the general public's point of view, is that because she's died at Balmoral, which is such a special place for her. I remember Princess Eugenie saying that for Granny, as Eugenie called her, Balmoral was her favourite place. And so it's really nice and very poignant, I think, that the Queen has died there. But because of that, logistically speaking, her body has to come back from the north of Scotland. It's got to come to Edinburgh. It will go to St Giles Church first of all. It will be there first of all, and then from Edinburgh it will be put on the royal train, and it will come very, very slowly down the train from all the way from Scotland all the way down through England and to London. And I expect we will see really quite emotional scenes of people at level crossings, at train stations, throwing flowers and paying their respects. And in a way, I think it's lovely because it means that the Queen is going to go through at least two of her countries and enable a large amount of her subjects to see her for one last time and to pay their respects for one last time.
Yeah, as it's turned out, people are saying, hey, logistically it's now more difficult that she died in Balmoral. But as you say, Emily, what a wonderful way for the nation to pay their respect in the regional areas of the UK as that the royal train makes its way from Edinburgh back down to London, because that will take a day or so, won't it?
Yeah, I imagine, because, I mean, it's not going to be going at 90 miles an hour.
No.
I think it will go very slowly as a mark of respect, and then there'll be a train behind it to kind of clear the flowers and anything or letters or anything that's, you know, potentially sort of thrown in kind of to sort of, you know, for people to feel that they are part of that journey.
That is going to be a really beautiful sight, having her body on the train going through Scotland and into London.
And train stations jam-packed with people, as you say, Emily. But a great way for those who don't live in London to actually feel part of the passing, to show their respect.
Absolutely, and you know, the Queen was always very adamant that although the centre of, you know, Monarchy HQ was Buckingham Palace, it's behind me. We've got live scenes of people congregating there this evening. But although Buckingham Palace was Monarchy HQ in London, you know, the capital of England and the UK, she was always very adamant that the whole point of her and the royal family was to get out into the UK, into the realms, to meet as many people as possible. She didn't want the royals to be London-centric just because they happened to live here. It was very, very important to her that they got to meet as many people as possible. As she said, you know, you have to be seen to be believed, and that was absolutely what she wanted her family to do in support of her. And I think, you know, to quote Anthony Albanese, actually, I thought it was a great quote. It was for 9/11, when the Queen paid tribute to those who died in the terror attacks in the US, and she said, "Grief is the price we pay for love." And I think we'll probably be hearing that quote quite a lot in terms of how people describe the Queen, because I think whilst she was a figure on a stamp, a figure on a banknote, we all kind of felt we knew her in some small or great way. So I think for all of us this evening, there is that kind of sense of grief.
Yeah, as we learn, as so many more generations too, Emily, learn more about her life as we play, you know, a lot of these these pictures and look back upon her life and you know, even the circumstances under which she became Queen, a lot of people have maybe forgotten a few of the facts and the figures or are reminded about what an amazing set of circumstances.
And during the Second World War as a princess, she served, was a mechanic, got her hands dirty and then snuck out of the palace during celebrations with VE Day with Margaret to celebrate with the country.
I know, it's amazing. I mean, it's kind of difficult to think of her as a young woman now, but I mean, she was a very, very attractive young woman, you know, a real catch. I mean, she's obviously going to be Queen. But, yeah, and she's the only, she was the only member of the royal family who served during the Second World War. And, of course, she was head of all of our armed forces. Of course, now that passes to King Charles. But, you know, she took that job incredibly seriously as head of the armed forces in her realms around the world. And also because she'd served, I think, herself in the army as a mechanic, and she was apparently still very interested in cars and mechanics and engines and how things were put together, as you know, going into her 80s and 90s. But she took that job very seriously, and I think, you know, that service, that wanting to serve, that duty was obviously there from such a young age. You know, as I'm sure countless people will have said already, she was not born to be Queen. She became Queen by accident because her uncle abdicated. She was the granddaughter of a king, but she was destined to be a royal princess, which probably would have been a much nicer life, frankly. You know, you get all the perks and the dosh, the money, but you don't have to do any of the hard work. And instead, obviously, because of the abdication of her uncle, suddenly, as a young child, she was the heir apparent. Her father became king, and so she really was. She was homeschooled, and she was really schooled in that kind of that duty, that service. And obviously, you know, anyone watching who served in the Second World War, and you know, there are still some people, you know, still alive, obviously in Australia and the UK who did, will know that kind of sense of service, that sense of, you know, you literally lay down your life for your country to fight in the war. The Queen was, you know, her mother and father didn't leave London. They stayed in London. They did send Margaret and Elizabeth to Windsor to be safe. But that sense of duty, that sense of service has really, I think, made the Queen the icon that she was and will always be remembered for.
And something that deep sense of service, I don't think today's generation can really wrap their head around it. No. And I think people who are a bit older who are watching this morning will understand, but younger people, just it is something that I just don't know whether you can replicate today.
All right, Emily Arnold from the Sun newspaper in the UK, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, let's go to Victoria Arbiter in London. Victoria, you know, I remember you telling us, I think last year, many of you have been carrying around a black dress for many, many years, unfortunately. This is not unexpected. She was a 96-year-old woman, but people are shocked today still.
They are shocked. Good memory, Nat. But yes, for years, given the Queen's age, certainly given Prince Philip's age, I had been travelling with my notebook and a black dress, and I became very superstitious. If I didn't travel with my black dress, would something terrible happen? So no, it's not a shock when you consider her age. Prince Philip, of course, was 99 when he passed. The Queen is 96. But I think simply because she's always been there, serving as a backdrop to pretty much everyone who's alive today's life, we were perhaps all rather guilty of assuming she would just always be there. You could pretty much tell the date and time of the year based on where the Queen was. Her schedule was regimented and inflexible. She attended all the annual set pieces, whether it was Trooping the Colour or the Remembrance Day commemorations in November. We just became accustomed to the Queen's presence. In times of national crisis, people would gravitate to Buckingham Palace. In times of national joy, people would gravitate to Buckingham Palace. She was able to provide a tremendous sense of continuity and stability and a focus for national unity. And one of Hugh's pieces a little bit earlier that you showed, I have to confess I got goosebumps just seeing her COVID address to the nation once again when she finished by saying, "We'll meet again." And that message feels even more poignant today as people kind of try to come to terms with this loss.
Yeah, Victoria, you cover the royal family for American media. The relationship between America and the Queen, how is she seen?
They adore her here. It's remarkable, actually, that she's able to command such admiration and such respect from a country that has no affiliation with the Commonwealth, certainly not a Commonwealth realm. And you think about Americans, they fought a hard-won war to rid themselves of British rule and to seek independence. And yet the Americans, generally speaking, certainly not everybody, but they love the royal family. And in particular, they love the Queen. There is great affection for the Queen here. Back in 1951, when she made her very first trip stateside, she was still Princess Elizabeth then, but President Truman at the time gave federal employees the day off because it was such a national day of celebration to welcome her here. Later, when she returned in 1959, a congressman said to President Eisenhower, "We have all fallen in love with the Queen." And here we are so many years later, and that is still the sentiment. Just a short time ago, the Empire State Building announced that it would be lit up tonight in purple in recognition of the Queen and her reign and as a sense of respect and as a tribute to the Queen's long reign. So I think Americans are feeling this as well. It's not often that they give way to rolling news coverage, but certainly all the news stations, this is all they are talking about on cable and on network television. And I think Americans are feeling this loss as well.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it, Victoria? And the flags at half-staff in the United States today, explain that, their significance.
Yeah. Well, again, the Queen is not the Queen of America. So this is quite an unprecedented tribute from President Biden to order that the flags be dropped to half-mast. But I think it speaks to the level of respect that Americans have for the Queen. And actually, in the wake of 9/11, at the changing of the guard, the soldiers played the national anthem, the US national anthem, in the forecourt of Buckingham Palace. The flag over Buckingham Palace was lowered in remembrance to those who lost their lives on 9/11. And I think this is America's way of paying tribute back to the Queen. President Biden was very fortunate to meet the Queen last summer. He enjoyed his meeting with her tremendously, as did every US president who met with her. She met almost all of them. There was just one, LBJ, that she wasn't able to meet. And I think the fact that they are dropping the flags really does speak to the Queen's remarkable ability to appeal to people of every race, nationality, creed, religion. It didn't matter where people were from. They admired her and they respected her. And I certainly can't think of another person on this planet that was able to appeal to people from so many different backgrounds. She really was unique in that respect.
Yeah, and Victoria, somebody who was under such close scrutiny, particularly over the last few years with social media and the like, you've just reminded us that in big moments, she was special, wasn't she? She nailed it and made friends around the globe as a result of it. She was classy.
She really was. Classy, what a great word. I think that's such a perfect word that it really epitomises her. It didn't matter who they were. It was interesting. You would see kind of captains of industry and world leaders come slightly undone in her presence. There was this rather diminutive 5'4" figure, but everyone sort of melted in her presence and would lose the power of speech. And I'm talking about some of the world's greatest orators here. And I think it's just because they respected her so much, they admired her so much, and they recognised that she had been through everything. She had witnessed everything. And at the end of the day, she was the CEO of Windsor PLC. And when any other firm comes in, sort of deals with trouble and scandal, the CEO usually has to step down. And yet with the Queen, people just fell in love with her more. And I think it was because of her incredible ability to step back, recognize what was happening, listen to everybody's gripes, and then respond. She didn't have an emotional reaction to situations, and it was never about self. She conducted herself with such humility and grace, and she was classy, as you say. And I think because she didn't respond with emotion emotion. She didn't have a dramatic pushback. That made people respond in kind, and I think she made everyone around her a better person.
It was never about self. Wow, that really says something contrary to the modern world, doesn't it? You know, it's just completely the antithesis of how we live now. What she must have thought of how we live our lives today. But of course, she didn't do interviews, did she, Vicky?
No, she didn't. I mean, it'll be years from now before historians are granted access to her private diaries. Sadly, I think it'll be long after our time that we'll really have an understanding of her personal political leanings and preferences. But as you say, what must she have thought with everything she witnessed and the hardship she saw people go through during the war? And today is so much about self, whether it's selfies or self-promotion or social media, where everything's about people living their own best lives. And yet for her, it was, how can I make other people's lives better? How can I recognize leaders in their communities, people, how can I reward them for their own achievement, their own sense of success? What can I do to make other people's lives better? It was never about self. And I think that comes from her generation. The wartime, some may argue with me, but I think they still represent the greatest generation. They gave the biggest sacrifices of any other generation. They went through so much so that we today can enjoy the lives that we are blessed to lead. And I think the Queen epitomised that right until the very end. The fact that she was working all but 2 days ago just goes to show how remarkable she was and how fortunate we are to have witnessed her reign.
Victoria, your view on King Charles III. We had a wonderful quote from just an ordinary Aussie in Adelaide walking along the Torrens, was asked, what do you think of King Charles? And he said, look, just give him a go.
I couldn't have put it better. That is very much my sentiment. And I'm so glad to hear that was the take of somebody just on the street, because I do hope people will give him a chance. I can't imagine what it's like for Prince Charles in these hours at the moment. He's having to reconcile the private grief he's experiencing over the loss of his mother, along with suddenly assuming the job for which he's been preparing his entire life. He is the longest-serving heir apparent, but he's also a very forward-thinking man. I think it's very quick. People are very quick to criticise Prince Charles for errors of the past, sins of the past. People's love of Diana tends to cloud their judgment of Prince Charles today. It was 40 years ago that he was preaching about the dangers of plastics. It was 40 years ago that he was urging people to embrace religious tolerance. He set up the Prince's Trust over 40 years ago that has helped so many young people from disadvantaged backgrounds get a good start in life. People have said that they would have ended up in prison, on drugs, down and out if it wasn't for organisations like the Prince's Trust. He invested in the youth, recognising that they were the future of tomorrow. And so I hope that sympathy over the loss of the Queen does give way to support for Prince Charles, because I think he has a lot to offer, albeit over a relatively short amount of time.
Yep, he was the original greenie, and I remember he was seen as a bit of a nutter, wasn't he? That this is back in the 80s and 90s, particularly the 80s, and because you're right, he was one of the original environmentalists.
He faced a lot of criticism. Yes, you're absolutely right. People thought he was absolutely bonkers. They were talking about him talking to plants. So let's see what he's going to bring next.
Exactly.
Victoria,
well, he's
really
ahead of his
appreciate your
time in that respect, wasn't he? Victoria, thank you.
This is Sunrise on 7 with special live coverage of the death of Queen Elizabeth.
Breaking news, the death of the Queen. Elizabeth II has died. Her Majesty passed away at Balmoral Castle at the age of 96, her family rushing to be by her side.
In a way, I didn't have an apprenticeship. My father died much too young. It was all a very sudden kind of taking on. It's a question of maturing into something that one's got used to doing and accepting the fact that here you are and it's your fate. It is a job for life.
The monarch mourned. No other British ruler has served as long, her passing bringing to a close the end of the second Elizabethan age, the Queen of Australia. The first monarch to visit our shores. From 1954, 16 tours, 16 prime ministers, beloved by millions. Grieving their loss, the royal family mourns their mother, grandmother, great-grandmother.
You can take it from me that the Queen has the quality of tolerance and abundance.
Sharing their heartache and sadness, her marriage to Prince Philip, the longest in royal history.
He is someone who doesn't take easily to compliments, but he has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years.
A love story transcending time and turmoil, decades of dedication.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Long to reign over us.
Most people have a job and then they go home. And in this existence, the job and the life go on together because you can't really divide it up.
Remembered and revered, our strength and stay for generations.
If you live in this sort of life, you live very much by tradition and by continuity.
Queen Elizabeth II, etched in our history, forever in our hearts.
We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Hello Australia, you are waking up to the sad news that the Queen has died. It's the day we knew was inevitable, but had hoped would never come. Queen Elizabeth II passed away aged 96 after 70 years on the throne.
Her death was confirmed by the royal household with an official announcement from Buckingham Palace. The statement said the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon, UK time. The King, Charles, and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral overnight and will return to London tomorrow. It ends an extraordinary reign, one that will most likely never be seen again.
The Queen had been suffering from mobility problems since the end of last year, but her health deteriorated in the last few days. She was last seen on Wednesday, our time, when she greeted the new UK Prime Minister Liz Truss. The event took place at Balmoral, not at Buckingham Palace.
In the lead up to the Queen's passing, doctors had placed her under medical supervision. The royal family members rushed to her side in Scotland. All her children were there, Charles, Anne, Andrew and Edward, along with Prince William. Prince Harry arrived at Balmoral after the Queen had passed away. The Duke of Sussex looked visibly upset in the back of the car.
Across the UK, crowds are gathering to pay tribute to the Queen. Mourners have been laying flowers to honour Elizabeth. These are live shots from Buckingham Palace. They have been growing enormously in the almost 3 hours that we've been on air, and not only scenes like this outside Buckingham Palace, but Windsor Castle as well, and up in Balmoral as well in Scotland. Right around the country, Brits coming together to share their and show their respect to the Queen and also grieve together.
Yeah, it's around 10 o'clock London time, just gone 10 o'clock. Obviously it's raining, as you can see in London. That's not deterring anyone. People just wanting to be together,
yes,
aren't they? Be with other people and talk and share the love and the life of Queen Elizabeth.
Let's go live to Europe Bureau Chief Hugh Whitfield outside Balmoral Castle. And Hugh, sad day for the royal family and also sadness around the globe being shown.
Yeah, I think there's two forms of grief that we're going to witness over the next period of mourning, over the next 2 weeks or so. That global grief, but also deeply personal family grief that the royal family will be experiencing right now here at Balmoral, where members of the family have been gathering throughout the day. We've got a few more details just on some of the timeline of all of this. Prince Charles and Camilla were up here in Scotland at Burke Hall, which is their residence just down the road from here. Princess Anne was also up in Scotland, so they managed to get here to Balmoral pretty quickly as soon as that concern was raised by doctors. We now know that the UK Prime Minister Liz Truss was told that the Queen had passed away at 4:30 p.m. local time. That's 1:30 in the morning on the Australian East Coast. It was 2 hours before the public was told at 6:30 p.m. here, 3:30 on the Australian East Coast. Now, I'm not sure that that convoy of royals that came up from London, Prince Andrew, Prince Edward, Sophie and Prince William, I don't think that they made it here in time, unfortunately. We certainly know that Harry arrived here after the Queen's death was publicly announced. Nonetheless, tonight here, they will be gathered together. I expect reflecting on their relationship with a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother, but also, I think, particularly William will be speaking with his father about the role that he has taken on as King Charles III. And we do now have a statement from King Charles. It reads, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held." And I would expect over the coming days that we'll see members of the royal family come outside Balmoral here when they return to London, Windsor and Buckingham Palace to take a look at some of those tributes that have been building at the royal residences across the UK, chiefly, of course, at Buckingham Palace, the epicentre of the nation here in Britain, in good times and in times of grief just like this. In terms of the Queen and her body, well, it will remain here at Balmoral, where the royal family remains too. At some point tonight or early tomorrow morning, the coffin carrying the Queen's body will be draped in the royal standard. It will be moved into the ballroom here at Balmoral Castle, giving the royal family and members of the royal household, the staff here at Balmoral, who no doubt have spent time with the Queen over the years that she's been coming here, give them a chance to pay their respects before a succession of events that still need to be confirmed by the palace, but we'll expect that the Queen's body will be taken to Edinburgh. There'll be some commemorative events that will take place mourning the loss of the Queen of the United Kingdom, that joint crown between England and Scotland, in Edinburgh, including at St Giles Cathedral, the Church of Scotland Cathedral on the Royal Mile, before the Queen's body is taken down to Windsor and London for many days of events that will include a chance for members of the public to pass by her coffin to pay their own respects. And members of the royal family will be deeply involved with all of that. Alongside that, there is a parallel story, and that is the new reign of King Charles III. He picks up after his mother served 70 years on the throne, that unwelting duty that she stuck with right until this week when she oversaw that transition of power between Boris Johnson and Liz Truss. This is a remarkable moment in history, what we are experiencing right now, but it comes in a week where Britain has seen a change of Prime Minister and a change of monarch. It's almost the week of two Prime Ministers and two monarchs. It is a remarkable series of events that we've seen take place here. And so King Charles, as he now is, King Charles III, takes on the weight of the crown that some monarchs don't take too kindly to, but he has served the longest of apprenticeships. At 73 years of age, he has known his entire life that this is a role that he would take on. we have no doubt that his reign will not last as long as his mother's. William will come. He is now next in line to the throne, William, and his son George is second in line to the throne. So William takes on the dukedom that Charles previously held. So William and Kate are now the Duke and Duchess of Cornwall and Cambridge. There'll be some discussions going forward about whether or not Charles will take on the Prince of Wales title, but as the next in line, he is automatically the Duke of Cornwall. And his young son, Prince George, who had his first day at his new school today, is second in line to the throne. So despite the fact that the Queen, her reign has ended, the monarchy continues. The change in sovereign has occurred automatically. There'll need to be a proclamation of the new king at a meeting of the Accession Council, which is a form of the Privy Council here in the UK. That'll likely take place at St James's Palace at some stage in the next 48 hours. And that harks back to ancient times when a new king had to be proclaimed right across the nation. So there'll be an element of tradition here, and I expect modernity going forward as well under a new king.
Yeah, it's an amazing series of events. Their lives are certainly planned out for them, aren't they? Thank you very much, Hugh. Sunrise Royal editor Rob Jobson joins us. Good morning to you. Jobbo, end of an era.
Yeah, I mean, when we talked yesterday with Koshi, it looked like something was afoot. There was a lot of movement going on. It certainly is the end of an era, but the Queen is dead. Long live the King. We have the monarchy. That's how it works, and he's going to be thrown straight into the work of the Constitution. He'll be coming down to London with his consort Camilla, where there'll be audiences and various gun salutes, but I think then the actual proclamation will take place on Saturday is when it's going to take place. He will have audiences with the Prime Minister. He'll be having audiences with other ministers, as well as being sworn in by the Privy Council. He'll also have to be having conversations and audiences with all the Prime Ministers of the realms, from Australia, New Zealand, Canada as well. So then he's going to be on a whistle-stop tour of the UK. So he's not really going to have an awful lot of time for mourning. There will be, I think, a statement that's put out tomorrow, a television statement that he'll read to the nation and to the Commonwealth tomorrow too.
OK. Rob, just you used the term realms, which is something like out of Lord of the Rings, where that's sort of all the regional areas of the Commonwealth.
It's not like that, actually. No. It's just the terminology, because I know what you're like. It's not a demeaning term, it really isn't.
No, I didn't mean it like that. It's something we've got to get our head around. Yeah. Look, you wrote the book on Charles just recently. You know him well. We loved an average Aussie walking along the Torrens in Adelaide who said, look, just give him a go. Is that the feeling within the Brits as well? Hey, we're saddened by the loss of Queen Elizabeth, but it's time to give Charles a go?
Well, I think it's just the way it is. I mean, the reality is it's exactly what happened when the last king died 70 years ago. The Queen had to, was thrown into the job. At least this time, the Prince of Wales is very prepared. I mean, we've had a sort of quasi dual monarchy for the last 5 years or so. Anyway, all the heavy lifting, I think one of the biggest telltale signs was his being there at the head of the Commonwealth meeting in Rwanda in the place of the Queen, or also being there for the state opening of Parliament because the Queen couldn't make it. There was a gradual decline in they talked about mobility, but it was her health, and I think that was after the death of the Duke of Edinburgh, because at the end of the day they were a team, the Queen and the Duke, and I think it must have been terribly painful to lose him for her, especially when she had to go through that funeral, during under COVID regulations. It was just very strange for her, and I think that she did rally quite well. She got back on a horse in the time she went to Sandringham and spent some time in Wood Farm, where Prince Philip spent a lot of his final days. And went back to Balmoral, a place that they used to love going because they would have barbecues and picnics together. It's the place that Prince Philip proposed to her. So one thing I am pleased for is that she always used to love going to Balmoral, because she used to say, "Great, I've got 6 to 8 weeks now in one bed. I can stay here." And she was. And what I'm really pleased about, in a slightly sad, obviously way, is that she was able to pass away in her own bed, really.
Yeah. Look, just briefly, Jobbo, you just mentioned the proclamation might be on Saturday. Exactly what does that mean?
Well, what has to happen is a whole series of formalities, but effectively, the moment the Queen passes, the Prince Charles, as he was, Prince of Wales, he is King Charles, and he will take the name King Charles III. That will be announced at the proclamation itself. You'll get that. I don't know if you can remember that there was footage, wasn't there, years, we've seen it in documentaries of the old Edward VIII when they were shouting out the window and the man with the trumpets, etc. So you're going to get a bit of the old nostalgia and the old tradition. But then there'll be the meeting of all the Privy Councillors, and that is the proclamation where the King is declared in front of the Privy Councillors, and they're politicians and other people such as Camilla, who's a politician, that will be all in the room to so that they can effectively swear in the new king. But he is the king at this moment in time, and I say, you know, this is the point. I'm with the Aussie that just said, you know, let's give him a go. Let's give him more than a go. Let's get behind him, because it's a difficult time.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, it sure is. And he's been waiting for many years. He's 73 years old. The Queen was 25 when she took the reign. Thank you very much, Jobbo. We'll talk to you soon. The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral, bringing an end to the Elizabethan era.
Frail, in front of a fire at her treasured holiday home in Balmoral, Scotland. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, aged 96, standing to duty to meet the new UK Prime Minister, the 15th in her reign. We now know just how unwell she was, but her nation, the Commonwealth, always came first for the longest-serving British monarch. She celebrated 70 years on the throne, her Platinum Jubilee. While her lost mobility meant she didn't take to the streets or Horse Guards parade, she was on the balcony, her great-grandchildren by her side for a wave to the people for her last milestone hurrah. For the princess, who never expected to become queen. Born in London's Mayfair in 1926, Princess Elizabeth was the first child of the Duke and Duchess of York. Educated by a governess at home, Lilibet, as she was known to her loved ones, lived a privileged and carefree childhood. But young Elizabeth's life and legacy were to change almost overnight when her uncle, King Edward VIII, abdicated to marry Wallis Simpson, an American divorcee.
This decision has been made less difficult to me by the sure knowledge that my brother will be able to take my place forthwith.
Edward's divisive decision turned his brother's world on its head.
Everything changed for the Queen from the moment that her uncle Edward abdicated. It changed everything. It changed her future life. It changed her father's life. A lot of people say it shortened her father's life as well.
The coronation of the new King George took place in 1937, and from that day on, Elizabeth became a queen in training.
I remember my father making me write down what I remembered about his coronation. It was very valuable.
Just 2 years later, a young naval officer was tasked with entertaining Elizabeth and her sister at a military event. It was then, as legend goes, that the 13-year-old princess fell for Philip over a game of croquet. In 1939, Britain went to war. A teenage Elizabeth and her younger sister Margaret were moved to the safety of Windsor Castle, while her parents remained at Buckingham Palace. Aged 14, Elizabeth, the heir, made her first public speech addressing thousands of evacuated children on BBC Radio, the first of many public orations.
Her Royal Highness, Princess Elizabeth.
I want, on behalf of all the children at home, to send you our love and best wishes to you and to your kind hosts as well.
By 1944, aged 18, Elizabeth had joined the women's branch of the Territorial Army and began her training as a mechanic soon after. Her new role earned her the nickname Princess Auto Mechanic in the British press. When the war eventually ended, Elizabeth and Margaret slipped into the crowds unnoticed to join the celebrations, an anecdote that was turned into a blockbuster film many years later.
We're going out incognito on the most extraordinary night of my life.
2 years after victory brought peace to Britain's shores, Elizabeth celebrated her 21st birthday. In another national address, she pledged to dedicate her life to the service of the Commonwealth.
My whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Her coming of age complete when Elizabeth accepted the hand of an exiled Greek and Danish prince, the handsome sailor proposing more than a decade after the pair first met.
Soon the nation rejoiced at the announcement of Princess Elizabeth's engagement.
I think a lot of people find it hard to believe that she never had another love. He was the man for her.
Philip renounced his right to both European thrones in order to wed, and the Commonwealth celebrated the marriage of Princess Elizabeth. In challenging economic times, the wedding could not be seen as extravagant. Even the heir to the throne exchanged ration coupons for material for her wedding dress.
Before long, the calls of the people were answered as onto the famous balcony came the bride and bridegroom.
After marrying, the young couple moved to Malta, where Prince Philip was stationed with the Navy.
At the Villa Guardiamanja, the princess joined the Duke.
2 blissful years of relative normality. Elizabeth described them as among the happiest of her life. Beaches and boat trips, dinners and dances.
The guests of honour, the Princess and the Duke.
Soon their family grew. Prince Charles, born in 1948, and Princess Anne in 1950. The Queen was abroad when news reached her of her father's sudden death from lung cancer.
The tragic news reached Princess Elizabeth and her husband while in Kenya.
The grief and gravity of that moment reimagined in the series The Crown.
This new Elizabethan age comes at a time when mankind stands uncertainly poised.
Wait.
On the edge of catastrophe.
The 27-year-old began her transition from mother to monarch.
Is Your Majesty willing to take the oath?
I am willing.
Her coronation was watched by 20 million people around the world, the biggest television event of the time. Just months later, the new Queen became the first and only reigning monarch to visit Australia.
Riding at anchor, royal as a swan, is the Queen we have never seen.
Welcomed by around 1 million onlookers as she sailed into Sydney Harbour on the royal barge.
I want to tell you all how happy I am to be amongst you and how much I look forward to my journey through Australia.
The Queen and Philip traversed the country from Townsville to Tasmania, 57 towns and cities in 58 days. Her Majesty would return to Australia a further 15 times, building a close bond with a far-off nation. A decade after the birth of Princess Anne, Prince Andrew arrived, and 4 years later, Prince Edward.
Well, I think the Queen herself would have admitted that, you know, she was a very different mother to her first 2 children and her later 2 children. She had more confidence and more time when she was dealing with Andrew and Edward.
A house full of Windsors, 4 children, and of course the family's 4-legged friends. The Queen was a lifelong devotee to her dogs. Her first corgi, Dookie, a gift from her father when she was a child. It's estimated she owned over 30 dogs in her lifetime, a lifelong passion for horses too. When a young man fired blanks at the royals during the annual trooping of the colour parade, Her Majesty's mastery in the saddle was unmistakable.
Duke of Edinburgh, Colonel of the Grenadier Guards.
Hello, some little disturbance. Burmese receiving a reassuring pat from Her Majesty the Queen.
And she's a marvellous rider, so got a marvellous way with horses. Made of strong stuff, you know.
That stern poker face only occasionally slipped while watching her own horses crossing the finish line first.
Her Majesty the Queen only presents 2 trophies during Royal Ascot, and look at the delight there, the sheer joy.
1992 was not so joyful. The Royals were rocked by a terrible 12 months.
1992 is not a year on which I shall look back with undiluted pleasure.
Newspaper scandals and the shock divorce proceedings of 3 of her children caused great public embarrassment for Her Majesty. A devastating fire at Windsor Castle destroyed more than 100 rooms.
In the words of one of my more sympathetic correspondents, it has turned out to be an annus horribilis.
Her popularity dipped further as the world mourned Princess Diana in 1997.
She was an exceptional and gifted human being. In good times and bad, she never lost her capacity to smile and laugh, nor to inspire others with her warmth and kindness.
It is a time in the 1990s when most people will acknowledge that the Queen did put a foot wrong, and she did suffer. I think the royal family collectively suffered a public image crisis, and it took a number of years for that to mend.
But with her stoic sensibility, Queen Elizabeth weathered the storm.
Today is another landmark.
Year upon year, the Queen's traditional Christmas Day message summarised the heartaches and the happenings of the past 12 months.
I hope that 1958 may bring you God's blessing
and hopes for the coming year.
Christmas will bring back sad memories. It is true that the world has had to confront moments of darkness this year.
Christmas at Sandringham would have been a full house in recent years, with 8 grandchildren and 12 great-grandchildren. In recent times, Queen Elizabeth handed over extra responsibilities to the younger generations, who in turn brought some fun to the firm.
Remember when you told us to bring it at the Invictus Games?
Careful what you wish for. Boom.
Oh, really? Please.
Boom.
But she knew how to have her own fun too, a rare cameo appearance livening up the 2012 Olympic opening ceremony.
Good evening, Swan.
After her husband retired, Her Majesty still refused to hang up her hat. Front and centre stage was where Queen Elizabeth II spent much of her life. Here in June 2021, surrounded by world leaders at the G7 summit.
Are you supposed to be looking as if you're enjoying it?
Yes.
Her wit and wisdom as sharp as ever at the age of 95. A lifetime dedicated to service. Elizabeth had links to more than 600 charities and organisations. She visited more than 100 countries during her reign and was served by more than 170 Prime Ministers across the Commonwealth, including 15 British Prime Ministers and 16 Australian.
Well, I think the Queen's record can be summed up with that one word, and that word is duty. She has always put her duty as the Queen ahead of every other consideration.
Even the pandemic didn't halt public engagements.
She leapt on video calling. She knew that this would be another way to be seen, to be believed, which was one of her mantras throughout her whole reign.
And in the darkness of Britain's lockdowns, she became the guiding voice of a nation.
We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Urging Britons to stay strong through the restrictions. Her own lockdown tragedy came when her beloved husband Philip passed away at the age of 99. COVID restrictions meant the funeral was a moving, yet muted affair. In the months that followed,
I'm here.
Business as usual, but showing her age. A cane appearing in public, a trip cancelled on doctor's orders, and a rare overnight hospital stay, forcing Her Majesty to slow down and signalling a monarch nearing the end of her reign. For almost 7 decades, she bore the weight of the crown. Now, Queen Elizabeth's reign draws to a close, but a remarkable royal legacy will live on. And the reign of King Charles III has begun here at Balmoral. King Charles, along with the Queen Consort Camilla, remaining here at the Royals' Scottish retreat for the night here before returning to London, no doubt with other members of the royal family here reflecting on the life of a mother, grandmother and great-grandmother before activities shift in the coming days to Edinburgh and eventually Windsor and London, guys.
OK, thank you very much, Hugh. For more on our breaking news now, we're joined by the former Governor-General of Australia, Sir Peter Cosgrove. Good morning to you. A very sad news for Australia to be waking up to.
It is. Obviously, we've been watching our beloved Queen for all these years. People my age, older generation now, we know that there's only ever been one sovereign, Queen of Australia in that time, and it's been this lady. King George VI was there while I was a toddler, but I wasn't aware of anything like that. So from my memories, it's always been this lady, this great woman of her century.
Peter, you met a number of times. What are your fondest memories of the Queen? What was she like as a person?
Well, she's a very warm personality. I mean, obviously, there's the sort of aura that you have around the monarch who's been there for such a long time, and you're always doing your best to be courteous in the extreme. But if you did get the chance to meet her across the years, there was this wry sense of humour, great interest and knowledge about Australia. I mean, she was encyclopedic. I always used to sort of have a bit of a giggle because she had so many prime ministers. I think it was reflected in your earlier broadcast that I was watching. And she would have had, in the most recent prime ministers, she could say, well, Mr. Churchill proposed something like that. It didn't work then either. You know, that sort of reference that, would probably make it a little bit awe-inspiring for a British Prime Minister, and our own for that matter. There were some images of our Prime Ministers across the decades, and all of them, like any other person who's had a bit to do with the Queen, are in awe of the lady. She is, without doubt, was one of the great women of our age. Through longevity, and I think Alexander Downer put it nicely when he said one word sums her up, and that is duty. But I think also the word service, in that she put her job and the leadership and example that she provided to people above, I suppose, pleasing herself. She worked on those dispatch boxes and all the public functions, even into her very elderly years, throughout all of the travails of a family, you know, all the things that happen to families that most people don't see on the front page. But whatever her family did was always on the front page, and she nonetheless ploughed on through that and was a wonderful example. We'll all miss her.
Yeah, that's definitely true, isn't it, this morning? Peter Cosgrove, people like you meet an awful lot of people, an awful lot of very important people around the world. When you walk into a palace or a room and meet the Queen, is it nerve-wracking? Does she put you at ease? What's it like?
Nerve-wracking was when I got back from Timor and she happened to be visiting Australia, and it was agreed, she agreed that she'd do a small number of investitures of medals for people who had served in East Timor. So a small group of us, including myself, were whistled up to go to Yarralumla, to Government House, where she would do the investiture. And they didn't tell me until I arrived, ready to just stand in front of her, and she would award me with this medal. And they said, oh, you've got a 10-minute private audience with the Queen. And I said, well, how private's that? They said, just you, just the Queen. So,
That's private.
I didn't have too many. Sort of little anecdotes to throw in there. So, but that was the first of what turned out to be quite a few. And over time, we had some lovely chats. And the one I remember most vividly, of course, is the most recent one when I said farewell to the Queen after Lynn and I had retired from being Governor General and spouse, and we were making the traditional visit to see the Queen at Balmoral. And I had a long call with her, and then we went down and had a picnic in one of the glens with the royal family, quite a number of the royal family. Wow. And the Queen was waving us goodbye when we jumped into a car to head back off to the airport. And I knew then, Lynn and I knew then, that the bit of a fairy tale of being Governor General was over, and this was no pun intended, a crowning glory. And then we knew we'd never see her again in the flesh, that even if we were, from that point on, visiting the UK, that we wouldn't be dropping in to see the Queen. And we thought, what a woman this is, what a woman of her age. And I know that there's vast affection in Australia, even from people who probably themselves aren't into the concept of monarchy. They understand that this was a special lady who worked and worked and worked her entire life to provide service and leadership.
Yeah. Peter, as you mentioned, you were first into his team, or you've got a military background. Here's a young lady, when Britain went to war, she was a princess. She drove trucks. She was a mechanic. Yep. She's the only royal to have actually served in the military.
Well, there were a few, but they go back into Nelson's time.
Yeah, current royal.
And then, of course. Well, we've got we do have the next heir apparent, which is Prince William, did some time in I think it was the Air Force. Yep. So we've got there. But you mean on warlike operations?
Yes.
Yeah. Look. Well, the Queen Mother said when the thought was on that they were going to evacuate King George and Queen Mary, as she was then, and the two princesses, she said, no, they won't be evacuated. You see, the King won't leave Buckingham Palace while the Blitz is on, and if he won't leave, I won't leave, and if I won't leave, the girls won't leave. So they hung on. And I thought, going through the Blitz was one of those expressions of leadership that you would rather hope from somebody who was at the pinnacle of the nation's attention.
Yeah,
and they were very inspiring.
Yeah.
You have been with us this morning as well, Peter Cosgrove. Really terrific words about the Queen. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, I just wanted to remark that we're on an aeroplane in the US. That's where we are at the moment, and it came over on our telephone, so over the web that you can connect to on an aeroplane, to say that she passed. And there were obviously mostly Americans on this flight, but a couple of very sad Aussies sitting having a look at their screens. So we join all Australians today in saying, well, what a woman that was.
Yeah. Safe travels to you and Lee.
Thank you.
All right, Peter Cosgrove there. Taylor Aiken is at the Governor-General's residence in Canberra. And Taylor, the Prime Minister spoke a short while ago as well.
He did, guys. Good morning, and expressed on behalf of Australia the deep admiration felt by all of us for her dedication to duty, family, faith and service. Many Australians wouldn't remember another head of state, and there's always been a very deep respect held across Australia and the Commonwealth for the longest reigning British monarch. Australians will be waking up to this news this morning with a sense of sadness and grief, summed up quite poignantly by the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese.
Australian hearts go out to the people of the United Kingdom who mourn today, knowing they will feel they have lost part of what makes their nation whole. It is a time of mourning for the people in Britain, across the Commonwealth, and indeed around the world. There is comfort to be found in Her Majesty's own words. Grief is the price we pay for love. This is a loss we feel deeply in Australia. Queen Elizabeth II is the only reigning monarch most of us have known, and the only one to ever visit Australia. And over the course of a remarkable 7 decades, Her Majesty was a rare and reassuring constant amidst rapid change. Through the noise and turbulence of the years, she embodied and exhibited a timeless decency and an enduring calm. Her Majesty served our nation and the Commonwealth for 70 years. From the moment the young princess became Queen, Her Majesty's dedication to duty and service over self were the hallmarks of her reign. Performing her duty with fidelity, integrity and respect for everyone she met. We saw those qualities each time she visited our shores, and she graced us on 16 occasions during her reign, travelling to every state and territory across our vast continent.
Flags around the country will be flown at half-mast, and there will be 14 days of observance right across the country, including a National Day of Mourning. There will be a 96-gun salute at Parliament House at dusk this evening, 96 being 1 round for each year of the monarch's long, long life. In coming days, the Prime Minister and the Governor-General will travel to the UK, where they will visit the Queen lying in state. They will also meet with King Charles before attending the funeral at Westminster Abbey. Guys.
Okay. All right, Taylor. Prime Minister spoke well.
He did, didn't he?
And paid tribute to words like decency, calm, dedication, duty over self. I thought it was a wonderful tribute.
It was, yeah, it was quite powerful,
yes,
and really heartfelt, we thought, from Anthony Albanese, and talked about her, you know, that first visit to Australia way back in 1954 when 70% of the country turned out and got a glimpse of the Queen. Now, for more on our breaking news this morning, Sunrise Royal Editor Rob Jobson joins us. Rob, good morning to you. Interesting, those really sad pictures of the family, particularly Andrew, Edward, Sophie, driving in to Balmoral, and we now know that the Queen must have probably passed away, would she, when they drove in?
Yeah, William was at the wheel. I think they were too late. I think that my understanding was that the Prince of Wales has been at Dumfries House and helicoptered there to be at his mother's side, and Princess Anne was already in situ. So I think that the Queen was with loved ones. She was with Charles, Anne, and Camilla. So, but I don't think the others got there in time now.
Yeah. A real sense of emotion we're seeing in the pictures outside Buckingham Palace, affecting so many people. You know the family really well. You know Charles really well. Give us a sense, you know, how are you feeling? How's the sense of grief of the British public?
I think that it's not going to be in the same way as it was with Diana, with the shock that they experienced. You know, this is a lady that has served, and I thought the Prime Minister of Australia spoke very eloquently. Has served with dignity and calm for all those years, but she has lived a very long life. You know, she's 96 years old, and in a way we celebrated that great life with the Jubilee celebrations and all those brilliant moments. So I think there's a sense of calm and peace, really, that, you know, nobody wants to see the Queen struggle with her health, and she was able to, well, I'm pleased that she was able to carry out her duty right up until the end. You know, she was there for swearing in of Liz Truss, her 15th UK Prime Minister, and she was determined to do that. And I just shows you, you know, of a different generation, you know, a different type of people, you know, from that war generation that just do their duty and don't even think about anything else, really. And that's what she wanted to do. And I think that's a sense of pride. But I don't think there's, I mean, yes, there's grief. Of course there's grief. But at 96, you sort of celebrate a life that's well lived rather than the loss of somebody. This would be sad for the family, I think, gosh, and that. But, you know, the Prince of Wales has to prepare himself for this, and he's now got a job to do. This is a job that is an important role, and he's going to have to fulfil it and step up to it. And I'm absolutely sure he will, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, it's interesting, Rob, isn't it? You know, this family that we all watch from such a long way away. Yeah. So Charles is 70, King Charles now is 73 years old. The Queen was 25 when she became Queen. So all those years he has been waiting for this moment, knowing that one day his mother will die and this will be him. It's a strange set of circumstances for most of us to wrap our head around.
And two different roles. I mean, I think that it'd be wrong to sit there and say that the Prince has been sort of sitting around waiting to do this job. I mean, he's been an incredibly active man, setting up, raising multi-millions for charity, doing his work with the Prince's Trust, doing his work with climate change. But now he's a different role. He acknowledges that role is then, and now he's in the role of the King, and that's a very different role. But I do think that over the last 3 or 4 years, even when the Duke of Edinburgh was alive, he was taking on that role as the patriarch of the family anyway, and doing the heavy lifting. And I think for me what was very noticeable was when he carried out the state opening of Parliament earlier, and I thought that was noticeable. When I heard, as I remember talking to Koshi about this, you know, that she didn't say she was going to come down for the audience, to give the audience to the new Prime Minister, I thought that was hugely significant. I mean, she'd never, you know, she'd always done that in her reign, but obviously she was physically frail and couldn't do it. And I think that was noticeable. But, I mean, I'm just pleased that she was with her family, and unfortunately not all of her family, but with her family at the end in a bed that, you know, that she was found so comfortable in a place that she loved when she passed.
A really nice point to make as well, because that was her happy place, Balmoral Castle, wasn't it? Rob, is it becoming any clearer what happens now in the lead up to the funeral, when that could be? What happens next?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be 10 days from now. What will happen, I mean, the palace have always said that this could be a changeable feast, but what actually happens is 2 operations are coming. Operation London Bridge is when London Bridge is falling down, that's the Queen has passed. But there's an operation called Operation Unicorn that's in place now in tandem with that. Now, the body will stay at Balmoral and for the family to pay their respects, and also all the people that lived and worked at Balmoral and known the Queen personally to pay their respects. And then her coffin will be moved to Scotland. She's the Queen of Scotland as well as the Queen of Great Britain and Australia, so there is tradition that will happen there. Her body will go to Holyrood Castle. It's expected there'll be a service too at St Giles Cathedral, and then there's the sad journey home in the royal train the coffin will be loaded on Waverley Station and taken down the east side of Britain back to London, and then we'll start the official moments of mourning. There'll be all this traditional stuff of the gun salutes, but I think in terms of what we will see happen now is the King and Queen, as they are. Charles III will come down to London tomorrow at a reasonable hour, not that early. He will then have an audience with the Prime Minister at some stage, and there'll be all the dealings that he has to deal with there. The actual proclamation with the Privy Council, that won't take place until the Saturday, we think. He will make, I think, a statement tomorrow on television, which I'm sure will be very difficult for him, but he's unfortunately had to get used to it. He did one for his father quite recently, didn't he?
Yes.
So I think, you know, we'll see him leading from the front. He actually has to fly all around the United Kingdom as well, to the different capitals. It's all part of what he has to do. But he's going to be ably supported by William, I'm sure, and the other members of the royal family. But look, you know, he's got the constitutional role to fulfil, but I think most people's thoughts will be with that wonderful lady. And I just keep thinking and smiling about when we obviously there's 2 great moments in the Jubilees, that great Mr. Bond moment from a decade ago, and the most recent one that we were all so joyous about, weren't we, with the Paddington Bear when she pulled out the jam sandwich out of her bag. To me, that sort of summed up the glint in her eye and the sense of fun that the Queen had.
Paddington Bear actually paid tribute to the Queen today as well, kids. So
there's one of that costume. There's a cartoon, and you know how cartoonists actually do tend to get it right. There's a cartoon bit in the papers of them walking away. She's holding Paddington's Bear's hand in one, and she's got that famous bag in the other, and they're just walking off into the distance. So they do tend to get it right.
But Rob, also the fact that her body will be transported by royal train down through the country, that is just going to be a wonderful sort of tribute to her, to see the railway stations packed with, you know, average Brits paying their respect, and what a great opportunity for them.
Well, absolutely, and it's a traditional way of doing it. I mean, I remember writing about that trip all around Australia, the train she took on there, and you know, the fact is it's a traditional form of transport, and there'll be, I'm sure, people, you know, throwing flowers or whatever as well on that journey. It's going to be emotional, but you know, I think when there was the state funeral of Churchill, they said that there were two rivers running through London. One of them was the Thames, and the other was a river of mourners. And I'm sure it's going to be the same with the Queen.
And that's the thing with these sort of events, these sort of worldwide events. Peter Cosgrove, who of course became our Governor General, he did, but he wrote that when he was 6 years old, he remembers standing in a crowd about 6 deep with a homemade periscope at the ready, searching past the suits and the frocks to see Her Majesty, of course, on the her first trip to Australia in 1954. So
yeah, he's a great man. I mean, I was lucky enough to meet Peter Cosgrove when he was in office, and he's a tremendous guy. But you know, he spoke so well. Yes. But I mean, no, the last king that did actually serve in the front line, just to clear that one up, was actually George VI when he was the Duke of York. He was at the Battle of Jutland.
Wow. Okay. Look, in the early 60s when she came out, I was at Largs Bay Primary School. I think I was in year 3. We walked to the Port River as Britannia came up the river. She was on the front. So many Australians have such great memories of her. Rob, she's been steely, she's been dedicated, but she's been a steadying part of so many lives.
Well, she truly has, and you know, I've met all the members of the royal family over the years. I'm not name dropping or anything like that; it's just part of the job. But the only person you slightly got in awe of or slightly nervous about was meeting the Queen. I remember doing it on a number of occasions, and she'd always put you at your ease with, you know, you'd be sitting there worried what you've been writing or speaking about on the telly lately, but she'd smile broadly. You know, she was somebody who used to, what I liked about the stories about her, but talking to one of her old press secretaries, he said to me, really, even at the height of all the troubles, you know, Charles and Diana problems, all the big problems, Windsor Castle burning down, she just used to say, tell me what's happening, I just need to know what's happening. Don't bluff it, just tell me the facts and I'll deal with it. And that's the sort of pragmatism that I think that we should all learn from, because, you know, just tell me what's going on and I'll deal with it. Don't try to hide it from me. Amazing lady.
Don't sugarcoat it, which is what your grandparents used to say, isn't it? Now, there's this whole program, this whole process that we go through now. When is the state funeral likely to be held, Rob?
Probably 10 days from today, I would have thought. I mean, it won't be on if 10 days is the timing, I think, and it'll happen at, you know, the Abbey, and it'll be quite a, you know, amazing and emotional moment. And when we saw the passing of the funeral of the Duke of Edinburgh, it was a completely curtailed event. I mean, this will be huge, and we'll have world leaders from coming over here. It'll be a security nightmare, I'm sure, but it's going to be really history unfolding before our eyes, and I'm sure that we'll all be just glued to the... Other people will be glued to the television, but also there'll be thousands and thousands of people on the streets paying their respects and wanting to just be part of this historic moment.
Rob, thank you so much for sharing your memories. Such an emotional time for the British public, for you, because you know the family so well. We'll speak again soon, very shortly. Thanks, Rob.
Thanks, guys.
And more on the breaking news of the death of Queen Elizabeth. We're joined by author Kathy Lett now. Good morning to you. Such sad news for people to be waking up right around the world, Kathy.
Yeah. But especially in Britain, of course, I mean, the death of the Queen is seismic. It's completely disorientating because she's sewn into the British psyche. She's been there through every hardship, through every horror, through every ordeal, as a touchstone. And all those words that Koshi was mentioning earlier about decency and stoicism and loyalty and devotion, those kind of old-fashioned words which she embodied. And Britain at the moment is going through a really tough time. You know, there's all this political upheaval. We've got the cost of living crisis where families are choosing between eating and heating, and now the loss of this beloved monarch. So the grief is really profound and deep, and you can see everyone's gathering down at Buckingham Palace and out at Windsor Castle as well, just to feel part, to come together and feel part of history. Because, of course, this is the end of the second Elizabethan era. So Britain hemorrhages history, and people want to feel part of that and also pay their respects to a remarkable woman. Because, I mean, you know, she was a career woman who juggled, you know, kids and career while wearing heels and a tiara. I mean, whatever your persuasions are, she's really, really impressive.
Yeah.
And I also like what the royal correspondent was saying, that, you know, of course she had a lot of gravitas and dignity and stoicism, but she was also very funny. Oh, you're showing that picture of when I met her wearing my a little corgi suit that had corgis printed on it with little tiaras with diamantes sewn on. And when she was going out to Australia for her very last overseas trip, had all the Aussies down to Buck House, you know, to meet her, to kind of get her ear into the dialogue. And I stood in front of her wearing my corgi suit and said, I hope you like my suit. I wore it just for you, although I'm slightly worried that one of your corgi might mate with my leg. Look at the guy on the left. He's about to put in the towel. The other laughing. And, of course, the Queen threw her head back and giggled and brought Prince Philip over to have a look. And so she did have the twinkle, and she really liked Australians because we didn't treat her like a porcelain monarch. You know, we had a bit of fun with her. She liked that kind of larrikin wit. So that's, I think, what endeared her to people, that this mix of stoicism and also down-to-earth humour. And even though she's, you know, probably the most famous woman in the world, she was remarkably down to earth and did want to reach out and know about people's lives. She was very curious. I mean, I was lucky enough to meet her a lot of times, you know, through the Australian Embassy and the Australian Connection. And in fact, the very first time I met her at Australia House, another example of her humour, I sort of teased her and I said, well, you know, in Australia we have inverted snobbery. If you can trace yourself back to the convict stock, you know, that makes us Antipodean royalty. And I said, you know, I'm first and second fleet. I am the creme de la creme. So from one monarch to another, g'day, you know. And once again, her courtiers kind of did this asthmatic gasp of breath, you know, shocked that I was being so cheeky with her. But she absolutely laughed and twinkled, and she really liked that. And I think that's why she loved Australia so much.
Yeah. They are lovely, lovely stories. And also, you're a pretty good mate of Charles as well. We must feel for him today with the loss of his mum, but also the extra gravitas of becoming King Charles III.
Yeah. Well, of course, and as I am a Republican, although I really do respect Charles for his environmental issues and that he's passionate about environmental causes, and I really like Camilla too because she's a champion of women's rights and she's always making the case against domestic violence and for fighting for women's education, etc. But when I write to him, because I am a Republican, I always say, Dear PC, you know, I don't like to call him the Prince. And now I don't know what to call him, Dear K. I don't know, but it's going to be interesting to see whether Australia now embraces King Charles III as we did the Queen, because everybody loved the Queen. She was like a stealth, you know, weapon flying under the Republican radar. But whether Australians warm to King Charles III with the same level of devotion is yet to be seen. Because, Australia is the most multicultural nation in the world. We are a human minestrone. And if you talk to most young people about the king who lives 10,000 miles away, will they feel any affinity? But I think through the environmental causes, there is a link. So it'll be interesting to see whether we can make a connection with him, or whether it's time we came in from the reign, from the monarchist reign. We shall see.
That's a good point, Kathy, because for the Republican movement, I guess, here in Australia, a lot of their cause was sort of built upon we can't really do anything in the last few years, and while the Queen is with us. So now, do you think there will be a push to move towards the Republic?
Yeah, I think there'll definitely be a push to move towards the Republic, and really it is time we stood on our own two thongs. And even though, we totally respect Prince Charles and we respect the royal family and what they stand for, it is hard to have that allegiance with a king who lives 10,000 miles away. It shows.
Yeah.
We are going to have a head of state in Australia, and perhaps we could have Kylie, or we could have, I don't know, Dame Edna. She's already royal.
All right, Kathy. Some wonderful stories. Thank you for sharing them with us. Appreciate your time. Good on you. Our breaking news this morning, Queen Elizabeth II has passed away aged 96 after 70 years on the throne.
Her death was confirmed by the royal household with an official announcement from Buckingham Palace. The statement said the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon, UK time. The King Charles and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral overnight and will return to London tomorrow. It ends an extraordinary reign, one that will most likely never be seen again.
The Queen had been suffering from mobility problems since the end of last year, but her health deteriorated in the last few days. She was last seen on Wednesday, our time, when she greeted the new UK Prime Minister Liz Truss. The event took place in Balmoral, not at Buckingham Palace.
In the lead up to the Queen's passing, doctors had placed her under medical supervision. The royal family members rushed to her side in Scotland. All her children were there: Charles, Anne, Andrew and Edward, along with Prince William. Prince Harry arrived at Balmoral after the Queen had passed away. The Duke of Sussex looked visibly upset in the back of the car. And crowds are gathering right across the United Kingdom as the public gathers to mourn the monarch. Floral tributes are growing as people lay flowers at Buckingham Palace.
Live to Europe Bureau Chief Hugh Whitfield, who is outside of Balmoral Castle. Hugh, a sense of shock and loss as the nation mourns their Queen.
Yeah, Koshi, this is a profound moment. You will remember, as everyone will be watching, where they were when they heard the news that the Queen had passed away here at Balmoral, peacefully, we are told, by Buckingham Palace. Charles and Princess Anne were certainly here at Balmoral. We've been piecing together the timeline here, and it would seem unlikely that convoy of senior royals who arrived from Windsor late in the afternoon, that they made it here in time. They arrived about 5 o'clock local time. We understand that the Prime Minister Liz Truss was told that the Queen had passed away at 4:30 in the afternoon local time. So it's unlikely that they made it. Prince Harry certainly arrived after the public was informed at 6:30 p.m. local time. That's 3:30 on the Australian East Coast. Nonetheless, those senior members of the royal family who are now here at Balmoral are gathered on an evening, a wet evening here at Balmoral that will see them no doubt sharing stories about their own relationship with a mother, a grandmother and a great-grandmother. And I think William is probably having long conversations with his father, who is now King Charles III, who released a statement shortly after the public announcement of his mother's death, saying, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held." It's been a remarkable week already here in Britain, and there are remarkable days still to come following the death of Her Majesty. But it is just 2 days ago here that the Queen at Balmoral was overseeing the transfer of power between two Prime Ministers, Boris Johnson and Liz Truss. Now this is also a week not just of two Prime Ministers, but of two monarchs as well, because following the 70-year reign of Queen Elizabeth II, we are now seeing the beginning of the reign of King Charles III, who remains here with the Queen Consort Camilla this evening here at Balmoral before his expected return to London in the next 24 hours, where there'll have to be a meeting of the Accession Council, a special meeting of the British Privy Council at St James's Palace. I can tell you that there is a debate going on right now within the royal household and with the BBC and the UK broadcasters here as to whether that would be televised for the first time. Now, I can't recall ever seeing pictures inside a Privy Council meeting, and there were no pictures of when previous proclamations have been made of former monarchs. So, if we get a chance to see inside that moment of history, that will be a remarkable step forward in terms of tying together the tradition that we are about to see, the traditional events steeped in history over the next couple of days. Tying that in with the modernity that we will see through the reign of King Charles III.
Hugh, explain to us what the Privy Council is. What do they do? What's it made up of?
So the Privy Council is made up of about 600 or 700 senior politicians, mainly here in the UK. If you are a member of the Cabinet or a member of the senior opposition front bench, then you are likely to be a Privy Councillor. And it harks back to ancient times when those Privy Councillors would advise a king or queen when they had absolute power here in the UK before Parliament took relative control. So this is an ancient tradition. Keep in mind that this monarchy has been here for 1,000 years here in the UK. There's a long line of kings and queens that have come before King Charles III. And in fact, on his name, it was only really confirmed by Liz Truss, the Prime Minister, when she mentioned that he would be called King Charles III in her speech outside Downing Street, because he had a choice. He could have gone under another name. The previous two King Charleses didn't meet happy ends. He could have chosen another name, just as the Queen's father, King George VI, did. He was born Albert. So there's lots of history and lots of history to be made in the coming days, of course, as well.
Okay, thanks for keeping us up to date, Hugh. We'll cross back to you soon. Let's go to Royal Editor Rob Jobson, who's in London. Rob, a new era begins now with King Charles III, which we're learning that is what he's going to take, the name he's going to take. What can we expect from the new monarch?
Yeah, I mean, there was some consideration that he could have been called George VII. I mean, and that was a serious consideration, but out of respect to his grandfather. But yeah, what can we expect? I think you're going to see a lot of activity from the King, and he'll be in London tomorrow with the Queen Consort, and that will be the start of a lot. And I think we'll see him on television as well. That's the point. He will address the nation, and that address will then be put out around the UK and around the Commonwealth. So I think it's going to be a moving story, and a quite quick moving story. And yes, it will focus on the when the funeral will be and all the trappings around the traditional stuff that goes with the royal family. But I think essentially what you're going to see in a nutshell is the swearing in of a new king. And the new king actively going about his business and his constitutional business, which is liaising with the politicians back in the UK, but also around the world with all the other realms, as they say. He'll be speaking to the Prime Minister of Australia, New Zealand, and of course of Canada too.
Yeah. Robert, you've written a book about Charles. You know him well. Yeah. Why did he stay with Charles? And just following up from Hugh's explanation, what happened to the other two Charleses?
Well, I think why he stayed with Charles is when you've been Prince Charles in the press for so long, even though he was the Prince of Wales, it's difficult to change it. It's like changing Koshy, isn't it? We know you're Koshy, and we can't suddenly have you as somebody else. It's difficult. So I think that's number one reason why he's picked Charles III, and that makes absolute sense. Charles I the Stuart Kings didn't end well, did they? You had the chopping off the head Civil War, and then you had Charles II, who was a bit of a philanderer as well. So I think the Stuart reign, the Stuart dynasty actually didn't end very well, and it ended with the Civil War and the end of the monarchy. So, and then it had to then be brought back after Oliver Cromwell died. So I think that the Stuart side of it is actually quite complicated. Then they went and found themselves a Protestant king who was actually the German side of things, and he was like a 54th cousin, and that's where you get the Hanoverians and Victoria and the Windsor line. And in fact, when William becomes king, it'd be the first time to unite the Stuarts and from the reign, because his mother Diana was actually related to the previous Charles II.
Geez, I'm almost sorry I asked a question now.
They were kind of indicating that, but you went there.
Yeah, you've got a lot of history, but it can be confusing at times.
Exactly. So you think King Charles will be a lot more public, do you, than the Queen has been?
Well, certainly in the last few years, the Queen has been pretty inactive, her mobility has certainly been difficult. We've had the pandemic too, where she played an incredibly important role with that statement and that speech that she delivered. I think that'll be one of the most famous speeches to remember her by. But yeah, I think he's going to be active. I think he's a very fit guy. He's 73, but he will make his mark. I don't believe everyone's talking about he'll just continue the way that the Queen did and he'll be following her legacy. Yes, of course he will, but each monarch will reign in the way that they want to do, within their parameters. And I think he will be someone who will be slightly more controversial. And I think on big issues where it's not a partisan issue, climate change and saving the planet, he's not going to stop talking about that just because he's king. He'll be trying to get people together who can make a difference to actually do something about it. And I think, I remember speaking to him quite recently up in Scotland, and he was talking about he likes to paint and as a way of relaxing, like so many people do, as do I. And I said, well, do you get a chance to paint? He said, I really haven't got the time. And I think this is a man in a hurry, knowing that the time is against him, but he's got a lot to do.
Yep. The role of William as well, do you think that'll step up as well?
Yeah, William now becomes the Duke of... he's not only the Duke of Cambridge, he becomes the Duke of Cornwall. Now, that's where the money is. That's where the Duchy of Cornwall is. He will immediately inherit something like... he'll be getting an estate that generates something like 40 million Australian dollars every year. So he's not going to be short of a few bob. But he will be preparing, I think, alongside his father, the next stages of the monarchy. And both of them will be working in tandem together. But this is Charles's time, not William's. A lot of people will try to jump and say that's the case. William doesn't become Prince of Wales and Catherine the Princess of Wales, which is a reminder, of course, of Diana, straight away. That doesn't happen straight away. He's become the Duke of Cornwall and Cambridge. After the coronation, which could be 6 months away, I don't know, it could be even more. That's where I think he might be made up to the Prince of Wales. It's something within the gift of the monarch. I'm going on about history again.
That's right. It's fascinating.
Well, it shapes the future, doesn't it? As we're seeing today, this is an example, and this will be written about for generations. Look, we're just going to go back to those pictures, which the crowd's growing outside Buckingham Palace. But this is outside Windsor Castle. Have a look at the floral tribute. So, Rob, it's just nearly 11:15 at night, London time, and we are going to see these grow for days. It's going to be incredible.
It really is. And of course, Windsor is the place where the Queen had really made her home in recent years. During the pandemic, she was there with the Duke. And the people of Windsor, it's very much, she's very much their own Queen. You go around the shops, all the pubs are named after royal names, and all the souvenir shops. It very much is... it's a royal town, it's a military town, and they'll be really hurting there, I think, this evening, because it was where she lived for the last few years and was the focus of attention. I think but London will become the focus of world attention pretty soon. I'm sure you guys will be here, and it's going to be quite something when all the world leaders start arriving in a few days' time, for the funeral, and there's going to be a massive security operation. But I think it's then that we're going to start realising just how much Her Majesty meant to people around the world. And, she did. When you said the words the Queen, you thought of Queen Elizabeth. You didn't think of anybody else. She was the most famous woman in the world, and a great icon for women too. This is a person that came to the throne at just in her mid-20s as a young mum, and had to take that role on. And there was a lot of expectation placed on those young shoulders by people like Winston Churchill, who knew that Britain was coming out and the empire was crumbling and Britain was coming out of the war, and it was a different time, and she helped keep people's pride and determination after the terrible World War II, but really at a time of transition for Britain and the Commonwealth.
Yeah, absolutely. Rob, thank you so much for your thoughts. We'll check back in very soon. Really special to have you on the show today. You wrote Charles's biography. You know the family well, so thank you, mate, and all the best to you. I know you're very emotional about this as well, so thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Now, political editor Mark Riley is in Canberra for us this morning. Mark, the Queen's death being felt deeply in Australia. The Prime Minister has made a very heartfelt statement.
It was, Nat. The Prime Minister addressed the nation a little over an hour ago to note that an historic reign and a long life devoted to duty, family, faith and service had come to an end, a day of great sadness for Australia and the world. Of course, there is and always has been a very deep emotional bond between Australia and Her Majesty since the time that she first visited Australia in 1954, the biggest event in Australia's history. Still, 7 million Australians came out on the streets to see the young Queen and Prince Philip. At that time, that's 70% of our population, which shows the fascination and the admiration for one of the great leaders of all times, and certainly one of the greatest leaders of the modern era of any country. So there is a very set, established official plan that will now be followed here in Australia. It's one that's been handed from Governor-General to Governor-General over the years, and it begins today as Australia enters a 14-day period of official observance. There'll be a 96-gun salute at dusk here at Parliament House this afternoon. One shot for every year of Her Majesty's life, and Parliament has been cancelled. All the flags around the country are flying at half-mast, including here at Parliament House. Condolence books will be opened at Parliament House and Government House. But also for people who can't get to those official buildings, there'll be condolence books online through the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet on their website soon, so Australians can leave their personal tributes there. The flag's there at half-mast around Australia, that in Sydney, and all official buildings around the country. Governor-General David Hurley was in Adelaide and on his way back to Canberra to Yarralumla now. He'll lead a public ceremony at Parliament House this weekend, we believe on Sunday, reading the official proclamation of the Queen's passing, followed by another 21-gun salute. But let's have a listen to something of what the Prime Minister said this morning in that very appropriate and touching tribute.
Australian hearts go out to the people of the United Kingdom who mourn today, knowing they will feel they have lost part of what makes their nation whole. It is a time of mourning for the people in Britain, across the Commonwealth, and indeed around the world. There is comfort to be found in Her Majesty's own words. Grief is the price we pay for love. This is a loss we feel deeply in Australia. Queen Elizabeth II is the only reigning monarch most of us have known, and the only one to ever visit Australia. And over the course of a remarkable 7 decades, Her Majesty was a rare and reassuring constant amidst rapid change. Through the noise and turbulence of the years, she embodied and exhibited a timeless decency and an enduring calm. Her Majesty served our nation and the Commonwealth for 70 years. From the moment the young princess became Queen, Her Majesty's dedication to duty and service over self were the hallmarks of her reign. Performing her duty with fidelity, integrity and respect for everyone she met. We saw those qualities each time she visited our shores, and she graced us on 16 occasions during her reign, travelling to every state and territory across our vast continent.
So Scott Morrison is the last Australian Prime Minister to officially meet with the Queen at Windsor Castle last year. He's issued a statement calling the Queen the rock of the Commonwealth, and he also noted that in that conversation with the Queen, she noted her great admiration for the strength and resilience of Australians over the years through all sorts of natural disasters. Of course, Australia's always had a fairly conflicted conversation, a debate and a referendum debate about being a republic, but is the strength of this woman and the universal admiration for her that really has bound the country together. And that's a conversation for another time, but obviously will now re-emerge with the passing of the Queen. Floral tributes can be left at the forecourt of Parliament House and Government House here, although the message from Government House here is that the royal family's requested that instead of flowers, people might like to make a donation to the charity of their choice. An appropriate tribute, one imagines, to a Queen who was a patron of countless causes over her years. And officially, Mr Albanese will travel to London in coming days with David Hurley, the Governor-General, to meet the new King and personally convey the nation's sorrow and represent the nation at her funeral. And there'll also be a national memorial service here, guys, on his return with a minute's silence at 11 o'clock on that day. Queen Elizabeth was the second was Queen to 16 Australian Prime Ministers in her historic reign. That is an amazing thing. And that first visit, of course, was just an amazing time in Australia's history. The last time she came here, guys, I did see her when she came to Parliament House in 2011 with Prime Minister Julia Gillard, and had the pleasure of meeting her and speaking to her very briefly as she went around the room. There are people that you encounter in your life who walk into rooms, and there are people who fill them the moment they come through the door. She was certainly that person.
Yeah, and so many people reflecting on their moment or their glimpse of Her Majesty when she came to Australia the first time, as you say, in 1954, and even seeing her through the crowd. Those memories are flooding back this morning. Also, yes. Our Prime Minister's speech, Mark, she exhibited a timeless decency, an enduring calm, a sense of duty over self. A lot of even the British commentators saying they were wonderful words that he spoke this morning.
Yeah, they were, and I think they relate the feeling of a nation, and I think it's interesting coming from Anthony Albanese too. Of course, his disposition would be for a republic, yet he, along with all of us, just has that deep respect for the constancy, the consistency, the leadership of the Queen through decades of turbulence and torment, and also that connection, because there was a very deep family, and still is a deep family connection between the royals and Australia. Of course, Prince Charles spent quite a number of years here, and the royal family's visited so many times, and unfortunately after times of natural disaster that we all endure, but has been a constant, a rock and an inspiration for Australians for decades.
Yep, absolutely. All right, Rolls, thank you for now. Let's take a look at the moment the Queen's passing was announced on the BBC. Hugh Edwards first breaking the news from Buckingham Palace that the Queen had died. Take a look.
A few moments ago, Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. The Palace has just issued this statement. It says the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. Within the past few minutes, Buckingham Palace has announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
For more now on the breaking news on the death of Queen Elizabeth, we're joined by Daily Mirror Royal Editor Russell Myers. Russell, sad day. Before the world, how's the UK reacting? Just since we've been on air, the numbers of people have swollen outside Buckingham Palace. The floral tributes outside of Windsor Castle have become from a little trickle earlier to basically a sea of flowers. An incredible outpouring of emotion.
Well, they have. Good morning, Koshi. Good morning, Nat. I mean, this is something that I don't think we will have seen for many, many years. Certainly, I mean, from when Princess Diana died, I remember the scenes that came over the next few days. But this is an outpouring of emotion across the world that I think we have never seen before. And that gives you an indication of what sort of person the Queen was, how many lives she touched. I mean, we're talking millions of people have flocked to social media, all news websites across the world to really get a sense of this tremendous occasion. And I think that the scenes you're seeing outside Buckingham Palace and Windsor Castle and at Balmoral will just multiply and multiply as the days go on, because the people really want to get a sense of the occasion, to pay their respects. I think people have been absolutely overawed that this is a day that they never thought would happen, even though the Queen was in such her later years, 96, and had been in ill health recently. But the Queen was like an aura. She was a person that was always present, and I think the world looks very, very, very different to her.
And she was an aura right through to almost the end, Russell. The last public photos taken were those ones released, of course, of her greeting the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, in that beautiful room. And she was on her feet. Of course, she had the walking stick, which we've seen her many times, but she looked lovely.
She did, Nat, and how beautiful that these pictures show her smiling. I mean, it tells an awful lot about the woman, perhaps her final legacy, that she was absolutely steadfast in her duty. I mean, we hadn't seen her in public since July the 21st, when she arrived at Aberdeen Airport for her beginning of her Scottish holiday. She'd been taking it very, very easy, I understand. Also, her mobility problems have been increasing, unfortunately, in recent weeks, and sort of stopped her ability to get about as much. But she was absolutely determined that she would welcome Liz Truss as her 15th Prime Minister. And she had a packed schedule that day. And people that I've spoken to today who said they saw her on that Tuesday said that she was still bright-eyed, she was still smiling, getting on with the job. And sadly, it does seem that that did take an awful lot out of her and has led us to this tremendously, tremendously sad day.
Yeah, Russell, what are you hearing on the streets as you walk to the studio? My daughter's been sending me photos of course, all the bus shelters have electronic billboards now. They're all of the Queen, portraits of the Queen, everywhere through London.
Well, just to give you a sense of what is happening in the city, I mean, I've been, across different parts of our offices and studios, and everywhere you go, people are, it seems time has stopped still. Piccadilly Circus, I mean, one of the world's busiest junctions, has stopped. The black cabs in London paying their own silent tribute earlier today. People in London hugging strangers, crying, sharing details of perhaps stories of their favourite story when they may have even seen the Queen or someone met someone. I mean, this is just something that it really, really is unquantifiable. The world does seem to have stopped. And I think over the next few days, we're going to see a tremendous outpouring of grief, just not only listening to the world leaders and paying tremendous tributes to her, but there will be millions upon millions of people who will not only across the world, but maybe even flock to London to try and gain a sense of the atmosphere and this tremendously huge occasion.
This is on every bus shelter throughout London.
Oh, that's the photo.
Isn't that beautiful?
Well, I mean,
isn't it just lovely?
All these images that we're seeing of the Queen give you a sense of her longevity. I mean, 70 years on the throne, never to be repeated, I'm sure. And the lives that she has touched, I mean, is unquantifiable at this stage.
And Russell, interesting that people want to be, I mean, it's, 11:30 p.m. in London right now, and we're still seeing, many, many people out in the streets. This is a live shot of outside the gates of Buckingham Palace. People wandering around, wanting to be out with others to sort of share, to remember.
Well, absolutely. And I've just spoken to one of our reporters at Buckingham Palace, and he said it was even getting busier as the last couple of hours have gone by. And floral tributes will, of course, be laid at the main palaces. I think, as you said, this outpouring of grief is absolutely tremendous, and it won't be just in the UK. I know that the level of affection for the Queen is absolutely huge. So over the next few days, I think we're going to see some extraordinary scenes.
Yeah. Russell, what's next for the royal family? How long will they be in mourning?
Well, Royal Mourning officially goes on for a month. The national mourning lasts a week, and it's quite interesting because the Queen has died in Scotland. Of course, there are so many plans and so many different instances which could have happened, but dying in Scotland really does set a new plan in place. I mean, Operation London Bridge is the code name for the plans that were deployed on the event of the Queen's death, but Operation Unicorn is something that is deployed in the event of her death in Scotland. And of course, we don't know the specific details because the announcement came so late at 6:30, just after 6:30 p.m. in the UK. The D-Day essentially is tomorrow. So I imagine we will find out an awful lot more plans of how long the Queen will stay in Scotland, when she will return to London. We do know that King Charles III now will return to London with the Duchess of Cornwall tomorrow. So there is an awful lot of moving parts, and I imagine that the members of the royal family want to pay their own silent, respectful tributes over the next 24 hours, and then we'll get a much bigger indication of what is going to happen.
Yeah. All right, Russell, thank you for that. And we were just seeing then the official notification on the gates outside of Buckingham Palace there.
Yeah.
And that's just how it's done, short, to the point. For more on the breaking news on the death of Queen Elizabeth, we're joined by the Sun's royal commentator Emily Andrews. Emily, reaction from right around the world, most extraordinary reaction out of the United States with, for the first time ever, the death of a foreign leader, the flags at half-mast. This has never happened before in the US.
No, it hasn't, and I think it's a sign of the special relationship between America and the UK that President Joe Biden, who of course did meet the Queen last year, has ordered that all flags to be flown at half-mast all across America. I mean, you know, the Queen is not Queen of America. The Americans threw us out, remember? They got rid of the monarchy. And so it's extraordinary. I know, they don't hold a grudge. But it's extraordinary, really, that they've afforded her this huge mark of respect. And I think, you know, all jokes aside, I think, you know, a lot of Americans are very proud of their Republican status and, you know, are very anti any type of monarchy, but the Queen transcends that. This is a tribute to an extraordinary individual, and you know, for a worldwide figure. And I think it's lovely actually that President Biden has said that all flags should be flown at half-mast.
Yeah. Just talk us through what people are saying around you, because it's interesting this morning. We knew that she was an elderly woman, you know, 96 years old, but everyone feels like they're in shock today. It felt like it came quickly.
Yes, I mean, I think talking to, you know, other journalists here in the studio, talking to my mum, my 7-year-old daughter, my 75-year-old mother-in-law, I think everyone was really quite shocked here. It's sort of happened very quickly, which, when you look at it rationally, seems a bit ridiculous because, of course, she's 96, and anyone who's a nonagenarian, who's reached that great age, of course, the likelihood of them passing, obviously, inevitably, becomes that much more inevitable. But I think for the Queen kind of almost transcended, you know, physical humanity. You know, she did look frail in the last pictures that we saw her, but I think we all thought she'd kind of go on forever. And certainly those last pictures from a couple of days ago when she met Liz Truss, we had those public images of her meeting the British Prime Minister, and she had a private audience with Boris Johnson, her outgoing 14th British Prime Minister. I think we thought that it was really good to see her, and she looked on great form, and here she was doing her job. But unfortunately, I mean, she had a really busy day on that Tuesday. She was determined to meet Boris Johnson and his wife Carrie, the outgoing Prime Minister. She was determined to greet the new Prime Minister Liz Truss and her husband Hugh O'Leary. She cancelled her appearance at the Braemar Games just 2 days before, which is a real highlight of her calendar every year. And she hadn't been able to go because of the pandemic, because of COVID for the last 2 years. She cancelled her appearance there, but she was determined to do her duty. And I think it's really rather poignant, actually, that her very last time we saw her was her doing one of her most important constitutional roles, which was accepting the resignation of a Prime Minister and inviting a new Prime Minister to form a government. She was determined to do that. And she also did a private investiture that hasn't been made public, but it was a personal honour to a senior member of her household. She made him a Lieutenant of Victorian Order, and it was a private thing. There was no, pictures released. But this senior member of her household, it meant so much to that person. So even on that really busy day when she'd been doing those public duties, she still found the time and the strength to do this private honours ceremony. And I think perhaps that just took it out of her. And then she had to cancel the Privy Council engagement yesterday. And then, of course, it happened very suddenly. It was only this morning that, behind the scenes, royal correspondents like myself started to hear things. And then, obviously, we got the announcement at 12:30 from Buckingham Palace that she was under medical supervision. And that really meant that, we knew what was going to happen. We hoped it wouldn't. And then the family were called up to Balmoral, Prince William, Prince Andrew, the Earl and Countess of Wessex, Prince Edward and Sophie. Of course, Princess Anne and Camilla were already up there. And that's, I think, really when we knew. But I think one of the most heartbreaking pictures, actually, tonight is of Prince Harry. He knew that his grandmother had already died when he got to Balmoral Castle. He's dressed in a black suit and a black tie. You can see that he's been crying. And when you think about the personal dramas that have riven that family recently and all the dramas with Harry and Meghan, it's really sad, actually. I think that the Queen died with those personal dramas still outstanding.
She was his biggest supporter, wasn't she?
I know, and at least Harry was in the country, he was nearby.
Yep.
That's one thing. Emily, thank you very much for your insight. We appreciate it this morning.
Australia is waking to news of Queen Elizabeth II's passing across the country. We've seen touching tributes on what is a solemn day for the nation. In Brisbane, landmarks lit up in purple in Her Majesty's memory and in honour of her history-making reign. Same in Adelaide, a beautiful display, flags flying at half-mast on the Sydney Harbour Bridge, a Parliament House in Canberra and at State Parliament in Melbourne. Here's how Australians have responded this morning.
Significant. She's the longest serving monarch we've had. She did a wonderful job through world wars.
Very sad. Yep. We'll all miss her, I'm sure.
What do you think of King Charles?
Oh, I think he'll be fine. Just give him a go.
It's devastating. It's a bit of a shock, really. I know, you always thought she'd never die.
I'm actually British myself, so I think she's a bit of an icon. And I think, she's lasted a fair amount of time, but hopefully, she passed well and, peacefully.
A bit of a tear in the eye when I heard it on the news this morning. It was very unexpected, for sure.
She had such an extraordinary reign, didn't she?
She did, yes. 70 years on the throne. It's unbelievable for her age, but she did really well. So unfortunate, but it happens to all of us in the end, but still very sad.
She was a real great person. I love to watch everything about her and about the royal family. So,
a sad day.
It's sad, very sad for Australia and whole world.
It's remarkable. I mean, who works that long for, and that hard, and just wonderful.
She lived a pretty awesome life, didn't she? And she went through a fair few things in life. Wow, that's going to change the world a little bit.
Yeah, that's an understatement, isn't it? People reacting in Australia there. And we're joined now by royal commentator Angela Mollard. Good morning to you, Angela. So she died at Balmoral, one of her favourite places.
Oh, she absolutely loved Balmoral, and I think it's really touching that she died there. That was where she was most happy with Prince Philip. It's where he would, tend the barbecue. She apparently loved to make the salad dressing. She wouldn't let anyone else dress the salad. She had to dress the salad herself. They would have these beautiful picnics out on the River Dee. I think it's touching that obviously for long parts of her life, this is where she spent the summer months. Lots of other people hate it, but Fergie hated it, Diana hated it, but she's always loved it. I think the other lovely thing is that what those people were talking about on the streets of Australia today is what they're grieving for is majesty, and that's what she encapsulated. Her, she was called Her Majesty, and I'm not sure we will see that sense of majesty and mystique again.
What happens next in terms of the traditions that are going to be followed? Charles has officially king right now, isn't
The very second she died, he became king. He is likely to be officially proclaimed king tomorrow, usually it should be around 11 a.m. Then there's a really interesting thing takes place. He has to sort of go around the country, so he has to go to Ireland, Wales, Scotland and England, sort of as services of remembrance, so we can fully expect that to happen. The Queen's body will be brought back to London via train, and then it will go there, just as King George did, to be seen by the public. And on top of the coffin, bearing in mind that Diana's coffin weighed half a tonne. This is how heavy these coffins are. The orb, the spectre and the imperial crown will be placed on top of the Queen. And presumably, if this is like what happened when Diana died, the members of the public will be allowed to go in. There'll be a remembrance book. 305,000 people visited after King George died, so I think we can expect a lot more. And as somebody who was in London and covered the death of Princess Diana, I think we will see the growth of those flower displays. I think that we will see, I mean, every day that I covered it, we were in Kensington, opposite Kensington Palace, every day that those flowers just grew over that week until her funeral. But how it's managed, it's behind the scenes, it's called D-Day, is the day of her death, and then D-Day +1, D-Day +2, D-Day 3, and then we'll see the funeral around day 9 or 10.
So, let's just look at these pictures, because we've been seeing the really sad pictures of the royal family driving in, which now we understand must have been after she died. We thought they may have made it before she died.
That's all right. That's right. There was, I mean, Prince Charles, we believe, was there, and Princess Anne, but other members of the royal family didn't get there in time. We just heard that Harry didn't get there in time. They would have, of course, been informed. All Commonwealth leaders were informed an hour or two before the public, before that news release went out. But yes, they would have been going up there knowing. We don't know to what extent she was being kept alive for hopefully for her to come. But I think that the extraordinary thing that we saw those pictures just 2 days ago, and that picture of her before she welcomes Liz Truss, it's a beautiful final picture. I think we're very lucky to see that. But yes, this family, it's going to be very difficult for this family now, because of course the Sussexes are in London. Does Meghan go up there? And we of course saw there was a bit of a shambles in terms of the messaging, whether or not the Sussexes were both going to go. They were initially both going to go, then that changed, and the note was put out that it was just going to be Harry going to go. I think Meghan's role in what happens in the next few days. Of course, the Cambridge children only started school yesterday, so they're all at a new school. Kate will be there to want to support them through that, but of course, they will. Those children will be there for their great-grandmother's funeral.
Yeah. The Queen passed away at 1:30 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time this morning, which was 4:30 p.m. in the UK. But just devastating, that photo of Harry, as Nat was mentioning. She was his biggest support in a family that had turned on Harry. He's visibly upset and crying. He's going to miss her. What's his role going forward in the family?
I think the Queen's relationship with her grandchildren, particularly Harry and William, of course, changed that moment. They were with her when their mother died, and there is no way that is beyond being a queen, being a woman. You know, in her speech, she mentioned when Diana died as a grandmother. She cares about those boys. She carries and she's also, you know, as you get older, the little things that bother you don't bother you so much. She was a woman who accepted things. She wouldn't have wanted Harry and Meghan to have moved away, but she tried to make that work. She cares deeply about her children, her grandchildren, and look, they did have a lovely relationship. He did see her, of course, when he was over here for the Jubilee. She did get to meet Lilibet, the lovely great-granddaughter named after her. But it'll be difficult for Harry, I think, because other members of the royal family will be very concerned about what they say and about what they pass on, and that sharing of grief. It is a difficult time for all of them.
It will be a focus.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks very much, Angela.
Thanks.
Now, the news of the Queen's passing is breaking right around the world at the moment. Eddie, you've been following the coverage?
And as you mentioned, Koshi, the news broke early our time this morning, but it was 6:30 p.m. in the UK, so it did allow the papers to print special editions commemorating the Queen's passing. This one behind me is from the Financial Times, a beautiful photo of the Queen resplendent in her official garb as the monarch and longest reigning monarch in the UK, turning next to the Guardian paper. As I say, all of these released just in the last couple of hours. This photo we're seeing a lot online, shared widely on Twitter and chosen by a lot of the papers as their special front page edition to commemorate the passing of Queen Elizabeth II. Turning to the Daily Mirror now, another daily paper in the UK, just with a simple message there, and one that's being shared around the globe today. Thank you. This one, the Daily Telegraph. This is the UK Daily Telegraph. Our beloved Queen is dead, breaking the news to so many people across the UK. And this quote here, we also heard from our Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, that grief is the price we pay for love. And I think we're going to hear that a lot over the next couple of days. Also, a special edition in our own papers as well, coming out at 6 o'clock this morning. This from The Sun, still in the UK. We loved you, Mum. And also a message there from the new King Charles III, and a special edition too from our local papers were released this morning at 6 o'clock. Of course, the news breaking too late to make the front pages of our papers here, but no doubt we'll see wide coverage shared over the coming days. Yes, thank you very much, Eddie. I think we will over the next 2 weeks. It's a worldwide outpouring of grief this morning. Sunrise Royal Editor Rob Jobson joins us now. The end of an era, Rob, and we've just heard about our Prime Minister speaking about the Queen's passing, and it was quite well received in Britain.
Absolutely. I think Mr Albanese spoke with great eloquence, actually, and it was quite moving what he said. Because, you know, obviously he has his political position, but I think we all agree that the Queen served not only Britain but Australia and all the countries that she was Queen of with distinction, calm, and a sense of duty that's probably never going to be repeated again. I think she's an amazing lady, yeah. And I think some of the tributes coming in from Peter Cosgrove and other people, you know, he's speaking of that sense of, well, that's sort of a person that was just got on with the job, really, and that didn't moan, didn't have concerns about anything, really, but she just did the job that she was asked to do, and I think a lot can be said for that, yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Now, the Privy Council meets in the next day or so, don't they, is that to confirm King Charles III? Is that role?
Well, the Charles is Charles III now already, and he's the king now. So, you know, there's the moment the Queen died. Yeah, essentially. But, I mean, it goes back. I'm not going to give you another history lesson, Koshi, but if you can imagine everyone in wigs and gowns and Victorian times, and, you know, and then going back even further to madness to King George, and then even further to Elizabeth. Privy Councillors have been around all that time, and these are the people that are, if you like, the leaders of the country. They've either been prime ministers or government ministers. Right. But people like Camilla is a Privy Councillor, and they're all in that room, and William too. So they're all in that room, ready to essentially rubber stamp the king is the king, but he is the king at
so
that
where
moment.
is that room? Is that in the House of Parliament?
It'll be actually in the. I think it'll go actually to the palace, but the fact is that the palace is under a major reconstruction, so it'll be wherever the king chooses it to be. The palace is knee deep in builders at the moment. So,
and there was talk that was going to be possibly televised for the first time in history.
Yeah, I think that would be a good move, and I think that it would set a precedent that we are in the 21st century, and we have to record these incredible historic moments. And, you know, we've had the coronation of the Queen was the first televised coronation. I think for that to happen and us to all see that moment in history, I think would be really worthwhile. And I think it would show that the King is he may be 73, but it's a different era and a different time, and we have to adapt to it.
OK, speaking of the coronation, when's that likely to be held? And sort of, that'll be televised even more closely. So the closest we got was watching it during the Crown, with all the little oils they had to put on and all that sort of.
It'd be better. I know they spent I know they spent a lot of money on the crown, but I'm sure it's going to be better than that. But I think that the coronation is usually a long time after this. You know, we have the period of mourning, and when Parliament is suspended, then you have the period of mourning. I think actually, you know, it has been up to a year after the becoming the monarch. I mean, Edward VIII was never crowned. Remember, he was a king for nearly a year, and he was never crowned. And the coronation his coronation was used by his brother. So I got a sense that this will be quicker. I think this might well be within 6 months or something like that. I think Prince Charles probably doesn't want to not be known as the king who wasn't crowned.
Right. Jeez, you get reminded on occasions like
this.
It's
King Charles, not Prince Charles. I've got to keep saying that.
Just the history that you have over there,
I know,
and how long it is, and how sort of short our European history, our Indigenous history, a lot longer, of course. But it's right. King Henry VIII didn't even get crowned.
No, Edward VIII.
Edward VIII.
No, Henry VIII did. No, but there's a book. You've got a book in Australia, and I was shown it. It was actually not far from the centre, and I went to a church there, and there's a book that was brought over, a Bible that was brought over with the original guys, and in it all the kings and princes that have visited Australia have signed it. And it's quite amazing. And it was actually at the church just at the top of Essex Street. I remember, and the vicar just took me in there once and showed me this incredible Bible. I think it's now been put somewhere more safe, but it had them signed by all of the people that had been over. And it was quite something. So you've got quite a lot of history on your doorstep. Don't worry about that.
Well, we are going to be learning a lot more in the next 2 weeks. I can tell you that much. We're going to be talking to you a lot. So just in the next few days, once there's the service in Scotland, her body will lie in the ballroom, we hear, and then there'll be the service in Scotland, and then the train trip, which we, all agree is going to be so unusual and poignant from Scotland down to London. Then her body will lie in state. That will be something else too, won't it? How long will that last for?
Well, there'll be a lot of people that will want to pay their respects, and so that could be a couple of days. I mean, we've got a 10-day period from now, and the funeral will take place on the 10th day. And then, of course, you've got, after that service, then, of course, the body will be taken to, the coffin, the body will be taken to Windsor, where she'll be laid to rest at St George's Chapel. So, alongside Prince Philip, and also in the same vault, I understand, as the King George VI, the father and the mother.
Okay, well, Rob, thank you very much. We will talk to you very soon to get more. Thank you.
Always a pleasure. Thanks.
Now, throughout her reign, Queen Elizabeth visited Australia 16 times. Eddie takes us through those trips.
Yeah, the first, of course, Koshi, was in 1954. She sailed here, and it's estimated 1 million people came out to greet the royal couple. Keeping in mind the population back then of Sydney was just close to 2 million, it was the first of many successful trips to our shores.
To the shores of this, her southern realm, the royal barge bears Elizabeth II. By the grace of God, of the United Kingdom, Australia, and her other realms and territories.
On February 3rd, 1954, the Queen first set foot on Australian soil, arriving in Sydney Harbour.
I want to tell you all how happy I am to be amongst you.
And Australians were happy too, welcoming Her Majesty with a huge ticker tape parade.
Boisterous, open-handed Sydney, painting the big town red, white and blue.
Enthusiastic crowds followed the royals on their 2-month tour of cities and towns right across this country. The 1954 was the first of many.
February the 18th, 1963. The Queen returns to Australia.
It was a less formal trip in 1963, as the Queen visited every state capital, travelling more than 14,000 kilometres by air and sea.
Let me say at once that we are both delighted to be back in Australia for the Jubilee celebrations of the capital city. I do not intend that this should be my last visit to Australia. And next time...
From the beaches to the outback, the crowds gathered to welcome the monarch.
In Adelaide, at Victoria Park Racecourse, the children are assembled in their thousands. 65,000 children from all over South Australia, to give the royal visitors an overwhelming reception. Little cause here for Her Majesty to doubt the future of her Australian Commonwealth.
Or her Australian fans. The Queen and Prince Philip returned in 1970, and that visit was more of a family affair, with Princess Anne and Prince Charles joining their parents. The tour was a popular one, and large crowds turned out to see the royal family. It included a visit to Brisbane, where the royal yacht Britannia sailed up the Brisbane River. In 1973, Her Majesty was back to open the Sydney Opera House.
Streamers broke from her bow, balloons rose like champagne bubbles.
My belief is that she really loved the role, and she made many, many visits to Australia. If she could, she would have made more. And I think every time she went, she received a huge welcome.
In 1977, the Queen returned for her Silver Jubilee tour, marking the 25th anniversary of her accession to the throne. After officially opening the 30th session of Australian Parliament in Canberra, there was a spectacular Silver Jubilee parade.